Alrighty, what's up, dummies? Oh, God, I just started shaving my head again. This is ridiculous. I forgot what it was like to have hair. I've been shaving my head since I was about 40. It's mad scientist level of hair. Like it's not like I've got less hair over here than I do over here. And that's because I'll tell you later. I'm not trying to get too deep. But anyway, this dude.
Well, with the exception of this one.
Okay.
A gooner is someone who has completely lost themselves to their own horniness. A mindless, hedonistic dopamine fiend that lives only to edge, only to goon. Gooning, as it should, has something of a negative connotation associated with it. After all, if every waking hour of your day is spent in a lustful haze searching for the next nut, you're bound to run into trouble. And in fact, many people have gotten into some deep shit because of their gooning addictions. To a court judge caught with their pants down, bricked up policemen getting busted, and salacious students getting exposed, today we'll be looking at various cases of how gooning
Blowing bubbles in a
ruin
college
life.
library and busting out those
The
big ass
gooner
boobs.
police
I watched that
officer.
video.
If you've ever been to any corn websites,
Definitely
you've encountered the
goonable.
trope of the horny cop. A fictional scenario where a cop pulls over a rather conveniently aroused woman. Maybe she offers to blow the guy to get out of a ticket. We all know the trope. Now, while I'm sure something like this has happened in the real world, all the people in these videos are adult entertainers.
There were rumors that
nobody is actually getting pulled over.
my cousin let his girlfriend blow a
With the
cop.
exception of this one instance,
His girlfriend
I'd like
April,
to
who everyone
introduce you to
loved.
the gooner cop,
She was gorgeous,
Sean
funny,
Herman.
smart, wonderful
This
person.
bricked-up law enforcement officer was so
My cousin was
terminally
just a
titillated that he
douchebag,
participated in one of these horny cop-style videos. But
And he
was
supposedly got pulled over, and the cop found Mary Joannes. And April, who was gorgeous, the rumor was she blew the cop to get him out of his ticket. But now he lives in Alaska because no one could stand him anymore in this whole country. He burned all his bridges. Well, now the booze is affecting me, and suddenly I don't have any motivation to do anything. This is why being that way for 15 years fucking sucked. 15 years of not doing anything. I've got a lot of bad habits I've got to fix. And my stupid nose, no one likes. I hate listening to people sniffing.
actually a cop and was actually on the clock when he did it.
Told you real too fast.
Oh, she's got nice tits.
How do you think that you're going to get taken?
She's real mid, but
You're not.
In May of 2024, numerous media outlets came forward alleging a Nashville police officer by the name of Sean Herman had appeared in a sexually explicit video online. A video published by an OnlyFans model. Really giving my city a great name.
And she's got really fat thighs. You know how big fat ass and fat thighs are popular right now? But her calves are tiny. So she has no leg day. She just probably has some kind of injections or something, a Brazilian butt munch or whatever they do.
Herman. Now, if Sean was doing all of this in his free time, perhaps it wouldn't have been a problem. But Pee Wee Herman here was fucking around on the job. A report from News Channel 5 Nashville dove into Sean's history and exposed his illicit gooning misadventures. The article details Herman had been featured prominently alongside a large-chested OnlyFans model named Jordan, with the officer reportedly groping her breasts in a sexual manner while dressed in a Nashville PD uniform. And my tax dollars paid for all of it.
Yeah, I have a problem with cops wearing shit we paid for to do side gigs like security at Walmart. Walmart needs to buy something from the security.
I actually
Look,
don't have it in this car, but what if I show you?
And she pulls her girls out and he grabs and rubs on them and she gets out of the ticket, is how the rest of that goes. It's a classic setup. Folks online angry with the video potentially having an on-duty cop manage to ascertain where the deputy
Probably
featured
the
works
best thing
after
Nashville cops
Sean
ever done.
accidentally showed part of the Nashville Police Department logo when part of his shoulder popped into frame.
Doesn't
His
even look
squad car
the
was
same.
also briefly shown in the video as well. People called Nashville PD and asked them to investigate this potential Class A gooning incident.
If you look closely on the top right-hand corner, you'll see the officer's shoulder and just a sliver
That's right,
of
it
what
looks
appears to
pretty
be the Metro Nashville Police patch.
Sean got to stop and frisk an OF model, but with misconduct allegations coming to the surface, the man soon found his body of work facing a hands-on investigation. After being identified as the booba-grabbing policeman, Herman was
Booba.
subsequently investigated and fired, ending his 3-year stint as an officer. In response, a police representative named Don Aaron stated, "That was one of the most outrageous, disrespectful acts that a person here could do. By disrespectful, I mean to all the Metro Nashville Police Department employees and this agency," unquote. Don was probably just mad he didn't get a handful. While most focused on Sean's firing around this time, there were some online curious to know what Jordan, the OnlyFans chick, thought about this situation and how the infamous video came to be in the first place. These questions would be answered when Outkick, a sports-oriented news outlet, decided to interview the woman over direct
Really?
messages.
Okay, I guess her
When
tits are
asked
pretty-
about how this came to be, she said, "I met the officer a while back in person for a few moments, and one day he saw me on Reddit and reached out about potentially filming a full video at some point in the future." Obviously, we've all wondered if flashing cops would get you out of tickets, right? Every guy/girl has joked about it, so I thought it'd be funny/playful. The OnlyFans content creator elaborated that the clip was only filmed as a promotional stunt in an effort to boost her popularity, with it only ever being posted to her Twitter and
Only
Reddit
ever.
accounts.
I can't
She
believe
made it
this.
clear that there wasn't a longer cut
This
of
dude
it
with
as
his
many
weird
assumed,
hair.
because there was like a
God,
fuckload of
he's
people
still-
looking for this video. Missed opportunity.
People
I guess.
try so hard to look
Jordan
cool,
continued
and
more, saying
it
that
just
she hadn't
makes them
expected
less
for
cool
anyone to
to me.
piece together where Sean
harder
worked
you
and
try,
felt
the
bad
less
about
cool
what
you
had
are.
happened. The well-endowed model also said that in light of Sean's firing, she had given the Gooner cop a month's worth of salary as a show of good faith, adding that she thought he would do well in the adult film industry. I'm sure that's the last thing Bro wanted to hear at the time. And
Well,
things
he needs a
only
new
got
job.
worse for
Could be
Sean
worse.
Herman, as the
long as he's
Nashville
got a
Police Department
decent
made
team,
a
I guess.
statement giving an update on the
Oh,
matter
we got
at a
the
later
freaking mad
date,
scientist.
confirming that the gooning incident would in fact be a criminal matter.
Excuse me.
In the statement, Nashville PD confirmed that Herman had not just been in uniform at the time of the video's filming, but was actually on duty during the groping. Because of this, he was arrested on felony charges of misconduct, with his bond being set at $3,000. Later in August, News Channel 5 Nashville once again reported on the absurd case and gave final details surrounding the resolution of this whole ordeal. In their article, they revealed Herman had posted bail and managed to avoid serious jail time, though his police certification was suspended. Because of his participation in this brain-dead Gooner stunt, Sean Herman's police career is most likely over, if not extremely damaged. When participating in an OF model's promotional video as an on-duty policeman gets you fired, it's a great example of how gooning can ruin your life. Something else that could just as easily ruin your life is having your identity stolen. As you're watching this video right now, your full name, email, phone number...
Oh, shut up, my God. Dude, I
I
pay for premium so I don't have to watch commercials.
Elements
Motherfucker.
of gooning. Next, I'll be telling the harrowing tale of the goonicide.
That
When a
cunt
man is
kicked me
caught
before I
on
even picked
camera
my
gooning
shit.
in public, the online backlash becomes too much to
Stupid
bear. The
faggot.
story of the goonicide all begins on January 8th, 2025, in the drive-thru of a Bikini Beans location in Tempe, Arizona.
I am
For
somewhere
those
in my
unfamiliar with the establishment, Bikini
No,
Beans
fuck
is a
that
chain
guy.
of coffee shops with a gimmick similar to Hooters or Twin Peaks.
Bikini
Think
Beans.
mostly young female staff dressing up and revealing outfits, cleavage showing, cheeks peeking out.
None of those girls
They
have,
serve
well, one of them
coffee
has
wearing
cleavage. but she's-
bikinis.
Can we get one of these in Nashville?
Now, as you might expect, with an establishment like this, it's a hot spot for gooners, and some of them try to take advantage of the fact that Half-naked women are in abundance and are being paid to serve you. Creeps have been a problem in this industry for years, with many notable cases of Hooters waitresses getting groped and sexually assaulted by handsy clients. But the case here with Bikini Beans is different, as it involves a man actually pulling up to the drive-thru in the middle of what appears to be a full-blown gooning and edging session.
Hi, how are you? Good. Have you been here before?
Yeah.
Sir, you need to leave. Unacceptable. Unacceptable.
He had his junk out.
Pulling up with his dick and balls on display, this
He's one of those dudes
diabolical
trying to look
drive-thru
cool.
degenerate indecently exposed himself to this woman for sexual gratification, to satisfy a twisted kink. Whatever the case, she caught him on camera doing so. Realizing this, his smugly cheerful expression is rattled to one of intense fear. Being caught red-handed, he sped off, regret hitting him like a sobering rush of post-nut clarity. And sadly, this wouldn't be the end of the humiliation for the Bikini Beans gooner. The video filmed by the employee was soon posted online and went viral due to its shocking and baffling premise. Tweets discussing it garnered tens of thousands of likes, and for about a week, this video seemed like all anybody was trying to talk about online. In many ways, the incident brought the word gooning itself to the mainstream, and the man in the video became a symbol for the gooner lifestyle, if it were. You know, just fully embracing one's hedonistic desires and letting those primal urges take over, no matter the consequence. It was a humorous little viral moment, but questions remain. Who actually was this now infamous pantsless individual, and what happened to him? Well, the answer to that question was more tragic.
Not a bad-looking guy, but he does himself up too much.
On January 13th, 2025,
With a fancy
just
car.
2 days after the Bikini Beans gooner video was initially posted, a screenshot from a local Facebook group surfaced, claiming that the man featured in the video had actually offed himself after being caught and exposed for gooning in public.
Kind of
And
what
this
I would
was no
expect from
baseless
someone like
meme
that.
or rumor. It was actually true, and police had become involved. As it turns out, the man was a 27-year-old named Nautica Malone, and he surprisingly had a wife and family. A TMZ report gives greater detail on the timeline of events. The report claims on January 8th, Malone had pulled up pantsless to the drive-thru at Bikini Beans. An employee suspicious of the nudity told a manager. Staff alleged that Malone had even begun masturbating inside of his vehicle. So it seems like they kind of knew something was up beforehand, which explains the filming. As far as I'm aware, the first instance of the video itself being posted to the web was on January 10th. And according to reports, on January 11th, Nautica Malone drove to the city of Avondale, Arizona, and took his own life by gunshot to the head. Malone would later be found dead in his vehicle, which was parked in the lot of the Tolleson Crossroads shopping plaza. Police cam footage shows deputies investigating the aftermath.
Sir, please just stay out there. 300 meters. Keep an eye on him. I'm gonna check for a pulse. It's already cocked back, so it looked like it only had one bullet. Yeah. Hey, man.
Line equipment package.
According to TMZ, Nautica Malone's brother had received a distressing call from him earlier in the day. Additionally, a note authored by Nautica shortly before his death was also discovered. It was to
Here,
his
stock
wife,
up on the splash.
I apologize. I love you, Queen. I made a mistake and don't think I'll be able to face you and the babies.
What the
I don't
fuck?
know why I drove through like that. My mental has been fucked up.
The fuck is...
I'm not a monster. I apologize and I love you forever. If I am in critical condition, please pull the plug.
None of my buttons worked. I mean, they worked. I could move. I couldn't shoot.
Many mourned the man's passing, though considering the circumstances leading up to his demise, it should come at no surprise that gallows humor was rampant, with many internet users referring to Nautica's Malone's death as a goonicide. And if I'm being honest, while it is extremely tragic and saddening, I can't be too upset at people for joking about what happened here. You know, considering the whole pulling up with your stuff out to a place with half-naked chicks working there. Ben Lyles, the owner of Bikini Beans, certainly wasn't afraid of standing up for his employees, even in the wake of the sad news. He told TMZ this. This was an unfortunate and tragic situation.
This is
In
level
this case, an
4.
individual
This
chose
is
to commit a
less
crime
than
in one of our
average.
locations. We take incidents like this very seriously and remain committed to protecting our team and maintaining a safe and
Everything
respectful
got
environment. The
shit
story of the
sideways so
Goonicide does have somewhat of a positive ending, at least. As
Why do you throw me up there?
Of an ending you could hope for in a twisted story like this. Towards the end of January, it was announced that internet users and fans of the originally shared viral video would be holding an impromptu funeral-style remembrance event for Nautica Malone outside of the Bikini Beans coffee shop where this all transpired, dubbing it the Gooneral. While some protested against the idea, characterizing Malone as a sexual criminal, it seemed like at this point, after everything that had transpired, most felt Nautica Malone had paid enough penance for the drive-through debauchery that contributed to the ending of his life.
See?
When I say his name, you say Nautica. Say his name! Nautica! Say his name! Nautica!
They're having a vigil for a
The funeral had
fapper.
dozens in attendance, each paying their respects to Mr. Malone. Closing the
He
chapter
exposed
on the
himself
Goonicide, the
to
ultimate
innocent people,
cautionary tale of the dangers of
and he gets a
reckless
vigil.
gooning and what it can lead
See,
to.
those people are fucked up. They're like those
The
little
library
pony
gooners.
motherfuckers.
In the era of OnlyFans,
And furries
y'all
in
can
general,
see women
just
posting
fucking
online
DJing.
these provocative publicity stunts to social media, attempting to draw people into subscribing to their pages so you can see more. They'll often dress up in costumes, and they'll have paid promoters in the replies of their posts on Twitter and other sites being like, bruh, have you seen the Starbucks girl video? Have you seen the Spider-Man girl video? Or, they'll just post stuff like the cop video we discussed earlier. It's obnoxious, but believe it or not, before OnlyFans, this stuff was even more egregious and at times illegal. Which brings us to the case of Library Girl, a woman who gooned in a public library for attention, only to be later put in handcuffs, and not once for like BDSM roleplay. Late January
Good looking chick.
2015, there was a gooner on
Ain't
the
bad.
loose. Witnesses were coming forward, claiming that someone had allegedly filmed a sexually explicit video in a college library. News outlet The Oregonian
Oh, no.
reported that the offending video was recorded at Oregon State University. All of this transpiring during the fall semester. The public scrambled to identify the perpetrator. Upon the discovery of this rogue gooner at large, police got involved. While they likely expected the culprit to have been some homeless crackhead that was using public library Wi-Fi to jerk off,
It was not public,
they
it
were
was a
surprised
university
to find
library.
It was actually a young female student named Kendra Jane Sunderland.
It was
According
hot.
to Oregon State University, she was a 19-year-old Salem, Washington native
Stalkers.
who had been studying human development
looking
and
chick.
family science at their school. Kendra was also an
developed her
aspiring adult
human.
film star. She recorded herself in an isolated area of the library, covertly gooning for approximately 30 minutes, and was apparently live streaming her performance to a small audience on an internet campsite. The video features the woman slowly undressing herself while sitting at a library desk.
And now she
showing
gets
her
to go
chest
viral.
And at one point, taking off her pants, exposing and touching her cucaracha. Throughout the recording, she
Cucaracha,
constantly
like
looks over her shoulder to see if anyone was
Animal.
coming, but it turns out only she was. The scandalous study session turned sex act concludes with Kendra getting up and walking away from the scene of the goon, as if nothing ever happened.
can't see
But her
fucking thing.
live-streamed video left a snail trail of guilt that couldn't be
Snail trail.
wiped clean. As you and I both know, the internet is forever. The library stream was recorded, shared, and quickly went viral, with the university obviously getting outraged at their prestigious reputation.
Let's get rid
as
of
now
this,
affiliated
spore
with a potential
thing.
sex criminal. Kendra would be vigorously probed by police officers after they watched her video. Their investigation led to her eventually being detained. As a result of her library
We're
rubdown,
gonna
Kendra
fail.
Sunderland was arrested and was facing over $6,000 in fines and jail time for public indecency. Local news outlet KOIN actually went to the now infamous deviant's home to discuss what had happened with her, but were met with a note on the door stating that she was refusing to talk. Unable to enter the gooner's lair, they then went to interview Steve Clark, an OSU official who strongly condemned Kendra's behavior.
This was public indecency. What you saw in the video, or
Stalkers.
hopefully your viewers did not see, were acts by an individual that were indecent and conducted in public.
Steve reveals towards the end of the report that the woman was banned from campus indefinitely. If she had any hopes of graduating college, this situation certainly didn't help things in that regard. But
Now she probably doesn't need college because she's rich for being a female tapper.
A different spot career-wise. Despite many online calling her a whore, slut, all of the above.
God
you gotta
freaking
remember
shit.
there's always gonna be
Motherfucking
a subset of
level
commuters
4.
out there
Kidding me?
eager to simp. And Kendra's spicy video made her a hot commodity with these guys. While the woman had refused to make public statements initially, she eventually would come to a realization, that being, oh, I can turn this degenerate controversy into an online sex work career. Many such cases. Kendra embraced the video and was even seen signing autographs for a fan outside of her first court hearing after pleading not guilty to her charges. When questioned, she fully defended her actions.
I think it's normal for a college campus. It's, college kids,
God,
they go crazy,
fuck.
they party, they do fun things and experiment. I think it's, it's not really big news. I think it's more shocking to other people not on campus than it is for the people on campus.
Those following the library Gooner Girl case would get more reflection from Kendra when she did a full 22-minute long interview with ABC News affiliate KEZI9. She claimed she had no intention of the video going viral when doing the stream, which I honestly believe because outside of Mia Khalifa's hijab thing, this was sort of a first of its kind moment. I think she kind of just stumbled into this.
I've been since the last couple of months. It changes every day, but at first I was just upset and sad and stuff like that, and now it's more excited for my future and everything that I have coming to me, so it's just a giant mix of emotions that goes up and down all the time, but that's just girls for me.
Was this something that you always wanted to do?
This is something that's always been in the back of my mind that I would dream about, but I pushed it away because I was always told, you're supposed to go to college, get a degree, get a good job with your degree, but I thought I didn't want to go that route. I always wanted to be a model. I always wanted to model for Playboy and Penthouse and stuff like that, and I just never actually thought it would happen.
I got good goodies. I can show my good goodies to everybody. Show my goodies with the pimples. That's admirable.
Find the door and to get them into it.
So what would be the life-ruining punishment issued by the courts as a consequence for the library girl video? In September, Kendra pled guilty to a misdemeanor charge and had to pay a $1,000 fine. Yeah, Kendra's gooning didn't ruin her life at all. Rather, it made it better in just about every way imaginable. An unfortunate exception to the rule. The publicity surrounding
Could you ask
Kendra's
before you
video
steal my
served as a
hoverpack?
launching
I
pad
mean,
for an
you can use it, but
successful
it'd be
career
nice
as
if you
an adult
asked.
star. With Kendra still being popular in the industry to this very day, she has millions of followers across various platforms and still refers to herself as Library Girl almost a decade after the incident. She's pretty much stayed out of trouble since the video debacle, with the exception of a recent arrest related to an
We gotta
alleged
leave.
marijuana
We just
possession
gotta go.
charge, but who really gives a shit? Illegal gooning arguably made this woman a multi-millionaire, but she got lucky as another library gooner wasn't so fortunate. It all begins with mysterious reports of a young woman playing with herself live on camera from what appeared to be a public library. CBC News was made aware of this potential Kendra copycat and launched an independent investigation. They alleged the woman went by the screen name Lil Secret and operated on the adult streaming site MyFreeCams. Her location was discovered after CBC cross-referenced images of the library with the footage captured during her live stream. Windsor Public Library was that location. There's actually a moment in one of these recordings where a child can be seen stumbling upon this woman, which is extremely disturbing to say the least.
Shit.
She allegedly hit other libraries in the area, and even reportedly gooned inside of a Tim Hortons. While her identity was a secret at first, the CBC unmasked her, exposing her as 21-year-old Alexandria Mora. The woman turned herself into police soon after being exposed by the media.
Well,
While
she's
she initially
high
planned to
mid.
plead
She's a
not
high
guilty, It seems she eventually gave up her defense and took accountability for her
You
gooning
motherfucker.
behavior. In June, news outlet Windsor Star revealed
Fuck
that the
you.
woman had been given 12
3
months
times.
of probation and had to pay a $250 fine. This was on top of the fact that she now had to register as a sex offender. When questioned, her lawyer Patrick Ducarme said she dealt with it, she admitted it, she identified herself to police. She suffered a lot of public embarrassment because it truly did go viral. Yet another example of how unregulated gooning can have serious ramifications.
Yeah, at least in the college library, probably not a kid gonna walk, but it was a chick kid walking up on a chick, touching her twat. I mean,
Pest is nothing new. You might even be tempted to say that allocating a chapter telling the story
Everybody's
of the gooner
spanked.
politician is redundant or passé.
Oh,
My rebuttal, Anthony Weiner. Anthony was a terminally bricked up gooner politician.
He's not
whose
bricked up,
surname
he's fucking
just
retard.
so also happened to be
God,
his
he's
favorite
gross.
body
He
part.
looks like a.
Sadly,
God, he
the
looks
guy
so
with the
stupid.
Wiener name was actually quite the degenerate, and through
course
a
he is.
series of sexting scandals, illicit gooning, and extremely disturbing activity, Wiener destroyed his career in historically degenerate fashion.
Let me just reiterate to my wife how sorry I am that I did these things, and how sorry I am to the people that got these messages for any inconvenience or embarrassment they caused.
Anthony David
You piece
Wiener,
of shit.
a Brooklyn native, first entered political office
Wow.
in 1999. Elected as Democratic Congressman.
I got on
for
site,
New York's
everything was
9th
cool. I
district.
pull out a Q-tip,
Mr.
and
Wiener
there's a whole
erected
horde of assholes
legislation
killing
to
me.
support New York's working class and penetrated party lines to pass bills that helped to he described as America's underdogs. As a young politician, he was groomed by Chuck Schumer and went on to spend a great deal of his tenure working to improve public housing, cleaning up New York, and stopping crime. As a matter
Now
of
they're just
fact, Anthony
raping
had a
my
team
corpse.
of at-risk teenagers commissioned to remove graffiti around the city that he proudly referred to as Wiener's Cleaners. While all of this is admirable, I
Wiener
think
Cleaners.
what's even more impressive is that Anthony made it this far in life essentially with the last name Penis. I'd imagine the childhood bullying incurred from having a phallic last name like this would doom a lesser individual. But Wiener grabbed life by the balls and became successful despite his family curse. Though Mr. Wiener was not without his flaws. See, Tony had a bit of a gooning problem. On May 27, 2011, as President Obama was in the White House signing an extension to the Patriot Act, Anthony Weiner uploaded a truly bizarre photo to his Twitter. It was a crotch shot of a seemingly bricked-up white guy in some boxer briefs, and the post was reportedly directed to the account of a 21-year-old Washington University student named Jeanette Cordova. The baffling photo was up only very briefly and was quickly deleted, though some people did see it. In the wake of the post, Anthony took to social media, trying to laugh it off, saying that he had been hacked or that someone was playing some sort of prank on him.
A photo of an anonymous man's bulging underwear. The lewd picture, immediately deleted from Wiener's account, was sent to this 21-year-old Seattle college student, but also available to the public to view on Twitter. Outside his New York home Monday, Wiener, an outspoken liberal Democrat, insisted to CNN it was
My
the work
turn.
of a hacker.
Come to me.
Hack happens to people, you move on. This is a prank, not a terribly creative one, and it's a distraction. Look, you know, you've got the Republicans who are playing games with the debt limit. You've got a Supreme Court justice who is refusing to recuse himself despite conflicts of interest. You have a health care act that is under siege. You know, this is a distraction.
But we all know what happened. Anthony got sloppy in the middle of a gooning session and accidentally shared an image of his cock and balls that he meant to send to one of his kittens privately. While this photo wasn't all too crazy, it was only the tip of the iceberg.
The tip?
Journalists began digging into
just the
Anthony's
tip?
activity, not buying his prank excuse. And what they would find was truly unhinged. Anthony, a married man, was gooning and sexting chats with multiple young college-age mistresses.
So
sharing
what?
Scandalous photo
He's a rich
after
politician
photo
flirting with college
after
girls.
photo,
Oh no!
Some of which are way too spicy for YouTube. In the wake of these leaked photos, many of which included his face in them, Anthony finally came clean, admitting he had been engaging in sexting chats with what has been described as half a dozen women.
In addition, over the past few years, I have engaged
Yeah,
in
'cause
several
he's a loser.
inappropriate conversations conducted over
Otherwise,
Twitter,
it'd be dozens. of
Facebook,
women.
email, and occasionally on the phone with women I have met online. I've exchanged messages and photos of an explicit nature with about 6 women over the last 3 years. For the most part, these communications took place before my marriage, though some have sadly took place after. To be clear, I have never met any of these women or had physical relationships at any time. I haven't told the truth. And I've done things I deeply regret.
With the smoking gun out there and mounting pressure from Democratic colleagues, Mr. Weiner would resign from his position in Congress in what had become one of the most humiliating political scandals of the 21st century.
I'm here today to again apologize for the personal mistakes I have made and the embarrassment I have caused. I make this apology to my neighbors and my constituents, but I make it particularly to my wife, Huma. I had hoped to be able to continue the work that the citizens of my district elected me to do. And most importantly, that my wife and I can
Nobody's bringing a
continue
Jeep.
to heal from the damage I have caused.
The damage I've caused?
I mean, Tony, you're the Weiner guy. You can't get busted for something like this, man. Extortion, blackmail, take a bribe for Christ's sake. But sex stuff, your name is Weiner. You just can't do it. Bro was cooked from the start.
Unfortunately, the distraction that I have
I'm rich, I'm famous, I'm flirting with college girls.
So today I'm announcing my resignation.
How is any apology going to sound sincere?
Anthony's resignation is likely where you would expect this story to end. But this Weiner was simply built different. When the fallout settled from the sexting scandal, Anthony actually tried to run for office again, this time setting his sights on becoming the mayor of New York City in the 2013
Of
race.
course, every mayor from New York City is a
Surprisingly,
fucking
at first, this
DJ.
wasn't a complete disaster. Tony promised that he was a changed
Like
man.
most politicians.
Aside from the scandal, Anthony was actually well liked when he was a representative. And since some time had passed since that scandal, many in the public seemed to forgive Anthony by this point.
I'm glad these things are behind us. I know that this was a very public thing that we had happen to us, but by no means does it change the fundamentals of my feelings here, and that is that I want to bring my vision to the people of the city of New York.
No, shut up,
I hope they're willing to still continue
piece of
to give me
shit.
a second chance.
Weiner made numerous public apologies, and his wife, who remarkably stayed with him throughout all of this, spoke highly of her husband. And it seemed like whatever demons Anthony
These aren't
had
better
were
people
now
than us.
exorcised.
These are the politicians. They're just scumbag motherfuckers that were born into money, got buddy fucked into money. Just they need every possible bit of control because they're horrible. They are the worst of the worst. They're worse than any broke ass motherfucker you ever met. Because they're rich and they're still lying, cheating, stealing, fucking around, you know, just being horrible fucking bags of douche. Where's my shit?
Allied destroyer has left the squadron.
Where'd my hover pack and grenade launcher go? I don't even see him on the map, but we need... I don't even see my stuff on the map, but we've got to get rid of that stalker nest. Well, I called in my stuff. I don't see any of it. Where's... Oh, no. Is it stuck up there on one of those things? Let's go do the thing. Oh, look up. We gotta take out the sluggers. Zonka. This guy says he's letting his kid play on his account.
New York to new heights.
It's a gooning
Our
show.
marriage, like many others, has had its ups and its downs. It took a lot of work and a whole lot of therapy to get to a place where I could forgive Anthony.
Unfortunately for Anthony, though, his past would come back to haunt him. When news of Anthony running for
she is
mayor
right here.
became widely known, old
I found my
odds
stuff.
started coming out of the
I found it
woodwork
finally.
with new unseen leaked photos alleging that Anthony had actually been continuing his sexting and gooning with women that weren't his wife. Doing so after he had been exposed last time in 2011.
All right, let's go get
so
this
he was
file
still
thing.
at it. In June, an online gossip website called The Dirty released evidence suggesting Anthony had been recklessly sexting more women in 2012, sharing a never-before-seen image of a fully torqued up pecker that Anthony would eventually admit was in fact his.
Standing by her husband's
Oh,
side,
he's got a
wife
penis worth showing off. I guess that means something.
broke her silence, speaking out for the first time.
Anthony's made some horrible mistakes, both before he resigned from Congress and after. But I do very strongly believe that that is between us.
Despite the new leaks, Tony's wife continued to support him, but the public had seen enough. Weiner's mayoral campaign flopped after these new allegations and images came to light, and he ultimately conceded the race to the opposition.
And I am waging this campaign on a bet. And the bet is, at the end of the day, citizens care more about their own future than about my past with my wife and my embarrassing things.
Enemy high priority target should be
So far that isn't paying off.
You begin to see that this guy genuinely has a gooning problem, and it's at this part of the story that things actually start to get pretty dark and extremely perverse. Several years later, in 2016, Anthony Weiner would be back once again in the media, facing a third round of embarrassing sexual misconduct allegations. This time, though, a potential criminal element was at play. Weiner had been caught sexting once again. Leaks began dropping left and right, most of which included various
not college girls this time?
thirst traps. Though this round had far more explicit leaks than any before. And the most egregious of these photos, Weiner had sent a picture of himself in his underwear with his infant son swaddled up napping next to him in the picture. While neither were nude or anything, it was still extremely creepy, inappropriate, and weird. This disturbing photo, unsurprisingly, had many calling for Weiner to be criminally investigated. Like, was there a child abuse element at play here? What was going on? The discovery of this image and continued sexting with other women proved too much for Anthony's ever-loyal wife to bear this time around, and she filed for divorce shortly after the allegations came up. But it only gets worse. In 2017, it was also discovered that Anthony had been sexting with a 15-year-old girl.
Oh, there you go.
The final straw.
That's a
Weiner
Republican.
was eventually arrested and convicted for transference of obscene material to a minor. Weiner was sentenced to serve 21 months in prison for this. He was
Really?
released in 2019
Wow, what happened to the
after
people that got
serving
like
18 of those
20
months.
years for that?
Anthony's gooning and perverse sex habits ultimately ruined his life in a way that few politicians can lay claim to. His story started as a somewhat innocuous and humorous one about a guy named Weiner getting in trouble for being horny. But the truth of the matter was actually much darker and disturbing. After finishing his stint in prison, shockingly, in December 2024, Weiner actually floated the idea
Nothing women hate
of
like
filing
letting
to become
15-year-olds
part of New
know
York
how
City
powerful
Council.
pussy
This
is.
doesn't seem to have gone anywhere.
Because the younger it is, the more powerful it
Anthony
is.
Weiner is a prime example of how sex addiction and gooning can ruin your life. The Gooner Judge. Now this just might be the most absurd case from today in terms of being brazen. This is the story of the Gooner judge, an individual who worked in one of society's most esteemed positions, only to be caught using toys and jerking off during court cases. In September of 2005, allegations hit the local Oklahoma media, claiming that Honorable Judge Donald Thompson of Sapulpa, Oklahoma, had covertly been masturbating while sitting at his courtroom bench for over 20 years. Well, he had been a judge for 20 years, but he was at least doing this for like 4 or 5 years. In 2004, the judge retired, and that's when old courtroom employees and colleagues felt safe enough to spill the beans on Sapulpa's best-kept secret. Apparently, the judge had been utilizing a penis pump in the courtroom for years, beginning this advanced level gooning sometime around 2001. At first, nobody noticed. However, as time went on, the guy became
obviously it
less
doesn't make dicks
cautious and
bigger,
started pushing
or
his luck further
everyone
and further,
would have one.
and more would become aware of the disturbing activity. In 2003, a police officer reportedly noticed the pump device peeking out from the stand and took a picture of it when Thompson wasn't around. A former court reporter of his named Lisa Foster alleged that she had discovered a second backup pump used by the judge. Judge Donald Thompson was a persistent pumper, so unashamed of his activity, it's alleged that the lascivious lawman secretly used one of the toys on himself during the adjudication of a fucking murder case that involved a child. As mentioned before, the man
your
retired
vocabulary,
in 2004, likely thinking he'd get to pump away in peace for the rest of his days. But when witnesses of his conduct, notably court reporter Lisa Foster, came forward, the state charged him with some serious crimes. Judge Thompson found himself facing felony charges and serious jail time for indecent exposure. On top of the crimes, an additional allegation was levied at the judge. A witness named Angela McClanahan admitted under oath that she had a sexual affair with the man despite his status as a married individual. She was brought in after the prosecution discovered photos of an unknown penis on Thompson's work computer, which they alleged she had taken. So not only was he a gooner, but an adulterous one at that.
An unknown penis?
At one point in the trial, prosecutors actually suggested that Lisa Foster should look at the dick pic found on the work computer to confirm if it was the, quote, one that she saw in the courtroom, unquote. And in response to this suggestion, Judge Thompson's defense attorney said this: if she saw a penis, it was his. There doesn't need to be a penis identity or penis lineup, unquote. I'm unsure if they actually ever made Lisa Foster play Match the Glizzy in court or not. That's pretty insane if they did, though. Things only got worse for Judge Thompson in trial. Another court reporter and former colleague of the judge, Jan Doolin, said that she had once stumbled across what appeared to be a gooning kit consisting of lotion and Viagra when she was cleaning out the man's office. Apparently, this guy's whole modus operandi was gooning, and he had advanced strategies and care packages at the ready to take care of business when he needed to. In light of all of these crazy accusations, the case started getting national news attention.
While he sat on the bench, he apparently felt it necessary to use his penis pump.
You know, he wasn't just doing these things in traffic courts. There was a couple of murder trials he was on. Someone's life is in the balance. You're looking at life in prison, and this guy is playing around with a penis pump?
Judge Thompson used his device during 3 separate trials between 2000 and 2003.
And when I stepped into the courtroom, the judge had the penis in it, and I saw his penis.
One massive piece of evidence used to nail the judge down for his activity is actually quite disturbing. Court reporter Lisa Foster claimed that the disgraced judge had been using the pump during a trial in which a man had been accused of killing a small child. Well, this case was actually recorded by her.
How can you beat off during that?
And when played back, the sound of the pump device can be heard on an audio recording she captured. It's just whirring away in the middle of the trial. This testimony and audio evidence would be the smoking gun prosecutors needed to win the case. Ultimately, Judge Thompson was convicted and sentenced to 4 years in prison for his heinous gooning crimes, in addition to having to pay $40,000 in fines. Even after leaving prison, the man's life would continue to go downhill. The Oklahoma news outlet News 6 reported in 2011 that he'd been arrested 3 times since his release from prison. Angela McClanahan, the woman who had been brought in as a witness during the 2005 trial, was now pressing charges against the guy for stalking. Apparently, the man had gotten himself beaten up by her new boyfriend after he was caught staring through her bathroom window. This guy is a gooner for life, I guess. He was again arrested for staring at McClanahan through a pair of binoculars, but posted bail shortly after that incident. In a final insult to injury, the Oklahoma Supreme Court ruled that Judge Thompson would not receive any retirement benefits. I think it's safe to say that gooning fucking ruined this guy's life.
Today, the High Court said Thompson violated his oath of office. He would have been entitled to more than $7,000 a month in retirement benefits.
Well, my friends, I hope this video serves as a warning. It's okay to dip your toes into the gooning pool here and there, but be careful. You never want to let your life get consumed by it, because as you're now very aware, gooning can ruin your life. I want to give a major shout out to the patrons. I appreciate you guys. wavywebsurf out. Peace.
Let's see. Pissed off cop at war with 4chan. Angry gaming YouTuber jailed for arson. Now, let's try the cop thing. Let's see what happens here.
I'd like to introduce you to Sheriff Mike Chitwood. This is the cop at war with 4chan.
We'll hear the rhetoric. Oh, it's free speech. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's that. It's not. By these clown group who want to shut my big mouth and put a bullet in the back of my head. Go for it. I'm Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood.
4chan troll, Sheriff Chitwood.
Hope you enjoy your stay. Welcome to Florida.
After being targeted by death threats posted to 4chan, Sheriff Chitwood made it his mission to shut down some of the site's most spiteful trolls, arresting 4chan users time after time after time again. And the arrests just keep coming.
Wow, I never heard about this.
Advised that he did make a post about wanting to shoot Chitwood online at the 4chan chat.
But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Who is Sheriff Mike Chitwood, and what unsavory acts were the 4chan users engaging in that started the war between him and 4chan in the first place? This is the story behind 4chan's most hated cop.
No, she doesn't say what is 4chan, because she knows she's got a
40,000 Tacticus for sponsoring today's
audience of
video.
DJs. I swear to fucking God, dude.
Tacticus is a turn-based strategy game.
Oh, shut up.
Up with iconic champions from across Warhammer gameplay loop, where as you get developers are constantly churning out. So we're going to start, and the developers are constantly. Tacticus is well liked by.
You cannot let the
so
enemy
we're going to start doing
It's well liked. I promise.
Parents, you don't want to raise your kids. I'm going to start raising them. Every time we make an arrest, your kid's photo is going to be put out there. And if I could do it, I'm going to perp walk your kid.
Born in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, on November 30th, 1963, Mike Chitwood is the son of a decorated police officer. As a teenager, Mike expressed that he had no desire to follow in the footsteps of his father professionally, but as he grew older, the man's sentiment apparently changed.
Got married at a young age, had a couple kids right away, and all of a sudden, the family business didn't look like such a bad way to do have a live.
Beginning his career in Philadelphia, Mike eventually moved to the Daytona, Florida area. The community there liked him so much, they voted
We can't hug right here because it fucks up with the table.
The entirety of Volusia County itself, which is what his current role is. Mike Chitwood, Volusia County's no-nonsense chief law enforcer.
You know, I ended up being the police chief, which I never thought in the world would happen. Here I am now, about to take over as sheriff of a county the size of Rhode Island, a place that I love.
The man took an aggressive stance against criminals, calling them scumbags and calling crimes out publicly as a part of his scumbag of the week posts on social media. Not only that, he'd also criticized high-ranking local government officials if he felt like they were interfering with his ability.
Okay, here's the oil mission. It's tough. You should learn this one.
Evil people that are interested in one thing, and that's clinging to power. And that's a sad.
Seriously, I can't hug you while we're right here by the ship. It screws everything up.
Anyone, no matter their rank or stature, he simply didn't tolerate nonsense.
it's difficult to manage the way that you're managing. Can't you tone it down a little bit? If you don't like the fact that we're going to put sanctity of human life first, and we're going to switch from a warrior mentality to a guardian mentality, then I think you need to go. Because the day of being a warrior and policing your community like you're a warrior, that's the past.
Sure, he caught plenty of flack and criticism at times, but no one could deny Mike's methods were effective. And his fierce dedication to shielding the people of Volusia County from criminals was admirable.
We have an idea of what happened, but we need a few more witnesses to get us to where we need to go to make an arrest.
And we soon find that this protection extended to threats of crime as well. This is where 4chan begins to come into the fold. When a hate group attempts to slither its rhetoric into the Daytona area, Mike Chitwood enters the arena, inadvertently kicking off a digital war that seeps into the real world.
I put a bullet in the back of my head. Go for it.
A brawl is surely brewing.
This battle all began when a mostly online anti-Semitic group known as the Goyim Defense League, or GDL, started targeting the Daytona, Florida area. This group was a collection of anti-Semitic neo-Nazis, conspiracy theorists, and edgy internet trolls that used the web and Chan sites like 4chan to mobilize. Their methods range from real-world threats to sillier pranks, such as tricking celebrities such as Brett Favre and even Soulja Boy to promote them on Cameo.
Brett Favre here with a shout out to the Handsome Truth and the GDL boys. You guys are patriots in my eyes. So keep waking them up and don't let the small get you down. Keep fighting too. And don't ever forget the USS Liberty and the men and women who died on that day. God bless and take care.
While somewhat silly on a surface level, members of this group harbor some serious hatred. The GDL is allegedly front-run by conspiracy theorist and reported neo-Nazi propagandist John Menadeo II, who is the owner of a shock jock-style streaming and video platform called Goyim TV. Menadeo has been arrested numerous times, one such occurrence happening in Poland after he had been protesting against Jews outside of the Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration camp while wearing necklaces decorated with swastikas. Menadeo has labeled himself as, quote, the most famous anti-Semite in America on the internet. Throughout the early 2020s, the GDL had continuously attempted to gain a foothold in the state of Florida after Menadeo had moved to Florida from California in 2022. There had been a lot of resistance by state officials and the ADL to this move, with many displeased at his arrival. This would all come to a head when the GDL targeted the Daytona 500 NASCAR race on February 18, 2023. An event taking place very much so in Mike Chitwood's jurisdiction.
Oh my God. Leave our country and go back to Israel. You know where you bomb Palestinian kids? Where we fund you stupid fucking Jews? $8 billion a year?
Allied destroyer joining squadron.
You look like a Jewish horse.
$8 million a year funds what?
The GDL would orchestrate their anti-Semitic attack on the NASCAR race, invading the Daytona 500 and deploying portable projectors that displayed hateful anti-Jewish messages right on the side of the Daytona International Speedway for everyone to see. The group also hit the greater city of Daytona and surrounding communities, planting anti-Semitic banners, and would travel to the local Jewish areas in Volusia County, leaving hateful flyers that said things like, quote, Henry Ford was right about the Jews, and Hitler was right. As soon as the acts became known to the public, Sheriff Mike Chitwood was already on top of things. He began working with the ADL to help identify those that were spotted in the area. Then Chitwood held a press conference, calling the GDL a bunch of scumbags, and expressed the need to unify everyone in the county against them.
And the reason behind this press conference today is when you're trying to crush a radical group of cowardly scumbags, unity and sunshine destroy it.
Naturally, this approach put Mike right in the crosshairs of GDL members. Almost immediately, he started receiving death threats and getting, creepy anonymous messages sent to him. There were people saying they were going to stalk him or put something illegal on his computer. But Mike, in the face of all of this, he didn't flinch. He would specifically call out the GDL and their 4chan postings, notably where one called for someone to put a bullet in the back of his head.
They try to besmirch your character. They try to put death threats out on you.
Resupply over here. Top off your gear.
Well, I wear that as a badge of honor because I too, by these clown group, want to shut my big mouth and put a bullet in the back of my head. Go for it. That's my message to you. Go for it. You want to try to get into my computer and plant child in there with a group of people that have an IQ of a 12? Go for it.
What?
I challenge you. Go for it. You want to put surveillance on me 24 hours? Go for it. And the best of all, you're going to dox me and make me unelectable? Go for it. I'm honored to be on your hit list. It's an honor to be sought after by a bunch of punk thumbs like you.
Also important to note, not only was Chitwood in full support of the local Jewish community here, during the press conference, he brought leaders of all religious denominations up on stage in an effort to form a bond of unity. Christian, Jewish, Muslim, and more showed up. Mike made a bold statement, claiming they were going to stand together against hate and would not tolerate people like the GDL and their 4chan antics.
All of this talk, somebody is sitting in their garage being indoctrinated who's going to be the next.
Don't activate this until we have all 5 rounds laid out, please.
I don't think they got the guts to pull the trigger themselves, but they know there's somebody out there that will do their bidding. That's why it's important to show the show of unity.
After this press conference, he'd take the fight to them in their home turf, the internet, making posts referring to the GDL as scumbag white supremacists. Hearing more reports of scumbag white supremacists harassing people in our county, I want to make it clear tonight that the Goyim Defense League picked the wrong place to spread their hate. I will use every legal measure in my power to crush these anti-Semitic racist cowards. I hope they will keep their cameras rolling and get it all on video. We're going to send a message that Volusia County doesn't tolerate hate. By this point, Mike's name was blowing up across the internet, earning him a wild mix of infamy from forms of the internet he'd never heard of in his life. People online started digging into his past, trying to find dirt on the guy and ruin his reputation, unearthing old photos of him wearing bras and cross-dressing. Shocking at first glance, yes, but this was actually taken at a fundraising event for breast cancer. So Mike's get up here makes a lot more sense with context. Images and other content like this were thrown around like grenades in the brewing war between Chitwood, 4chan, and the GDL members who posted to the site. That's when the real crazies, the hardcore neo-Nazis, jumped in, doxing Mike, swatting his parents' house, and even harassing his daughter with phone calls saying that their dad was a pedophile.
I mean, somebody called my daughter, my little daughter, and said, you know, your father's a pedophile, we hacked into his computer, there's pictures of your kids with your father, and all this other shit, and then my daughter called and dad was...
Mini nuke, explosive, mini nuke, napalm, explosive.
They got your number, just don't answer the damn phone. That you want to do anonymously and go after somebody's family, go after somebody's parents. They swatted my parents a couple weeks ago. 3 o'clock in the morning, called and said 2 people were dead. I'm in here armed, I'm going to kill the first cop that comes up, then I'm going to kill myself. And they gave my parents' address.
And Mike would, in fact, track down several GDL sympathizers and alleged 4chan hate speech posters. Now let's move into the next chapter of this story, which involves Mike actually slapping cuffs on some of these guys.
This match will get red hot.
Richard Golden. The first counterattack would be against an anonymous 4chan user who wrote a death threat against Chitwood not long after his press conference addressing the GDL in Daytona. The post?
I don't know.
Just
the first thing was supposed to be
he stops being a problem. They have to find a new guy to be the problem. The post says, but shooting Chitwood in the head solves an immediate problem permanently. Just shoot Chitwood in the head and murder him. In Minecraft. Chitwood would be advised about this in Minecraft threat on February 23rd, 2023. Less than a month after the threat was written, the 4chan user would be identified as 38-year-old Richard Golden of South Brunswick, New Jersey. And on March 14th of 2023, South Brunswick police officers approached the home of Richard's mother with a search warrant. On body cam footage, the 38-year-old's mom can be seen literally calling for Richard to come downstairs so he could be arrested.
Richard! They're here! I don't know who they are.
Do y'all know how to make this thing work? Do you want to watch me do it, or do you want to do it?
Yeah, come on, we'll talk to you down here. Come on down this way.
I know you're lower level, so you may not have noticed.
There's a warrant out of Volusia County, Florida. Are you incident that your room was gone?
Yeah, I was
What you talking about? Yeah.
Right, talking to
Search version for devices.
There we go.
The reaction to
Got
this
it.
would be mixed, with some celebrating and making fun of Richard for his Discord moderator appearance. Exactly how you expect a 4chan user to look and exactly where you expect them to live. Many others would vehemently disagree with this arrest and say that Richard's freedom of speech was being infringed on, as well as accusing Mike Chitwood of getting special treatment because he was a high-ranking officer. Can someone explain to me how this is a threat? He didn't say he was going to do anything. Regardless of what people thought of the situation, there was one thing that became crystal clear. This was the moment in Minecraft was ruled as an invalid legal defense if you wanted to shit talk on the internet. You can't say, I'm gonna kill you in Minecraft and get away with it. Richard was charged with a felony count of writing a threat to kill. After the arrest, Chitwood took to Twitter to celebrate and held a press conference going over
All right,
how
one more
Logan
valve
was
left.
caught.
It's
During
probably
the
over
press
here.
conference, Mike said that he couldn't wait to meet Richard after the guy got off the plane from extradition. Chitwood would make good on his promise, confronting Mr. Golden at the airport when he arrived in Florida.
I'm Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood. Anything, hope you enjoy your stay. Welcome to Florida.
After his meeting with the 4chan troll, Mike would do a quick presser and express that there was no reason to be afraid of people like Richard, of course.
I want him to look in my eye and say, you're the guy I want to put a bullet in your head. You're the guy I want to shut up because of what you're doing standing up for the Jewish community. So be a man. I mean, he came down the escalator, he could have said something, you could say a word. Look at that coming down that escalator. That's what we need to be afraid of. That's what the keyboard commandos are. These warriors spending 20 hours a day on a keyboard in these extremist chat rooms, and then they want to threaten to put bullets in people's heads and don't think they're going to be held accountable. Well, you're the ones accountable.
On March 28th, Richard was charged with second-degree felony, written threats
Screw
to
those
kill
hippies,
or
let's
do
get out of here.
bodily injury, and was ordered to be held on a bail of $100,000. One 4chan detractor down, but Mike wasn't done yet. He had his sights on many more in the
$3,000 for a
crusade
cop
to continue.
threatening to kill a child.
Tyler Meyer.
$100,000 for a
Richard Golden
4chan
arrest,
loser
30-year-old
threatening to kill a
Tyler
cop on the
Meyer of
internet.
San Diego, California, also made a threat to 4chan, writing, "It's too bad Mike Chitwood isn't safe now that I'm planning to kill him. I'm going to shoot Mike Chitwood. I'm going to kill him by shooting him to death." Soon, the FBI was able to trace the message to Tyler
Yeah, they should have
Meyer's
had millions of
residence
people
where
do
he
that.
lived with his mother. And in late March of 2023, the 4chan user was confronted. At first, Tyler was hesitant to admit that it was him, but eventually, when shown the full image, Tyler came clean and was arrested on March 31st, 2023. During the execution of the search warrant, several guns, ammunition, and electronics were seized from Meyer's home. Meyer was charged with making a written threat to kill or injure, a second-degree felony, and he was held on a bond of $100,000. And just like Richard, Tyler was also extradited to Florida, where he would be met with Sheriff Mike Chitwood.
I'm Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood.
According to court records, in May of 2023, Tyler was able to bond out of Volusia County, and he was released from jail. With two 4chan trolls down, it appears a domino effect had been initiated, and more were likely to fall in Chitwood's campaign against these trolls. In fact, he told the media shortly after the previous arrest that there were at least 6 or 7 more investigations going on regarding other individuals posting to 4chan, and it wouldn't be long before another was exposed and arrested. Christian Zapata. 23-year-old Christian Zapata posted a threat to 4chan on April 7th of 2023, writing, "I will kill Chitwood, mark my words," unquote. The post was flagged by the Central Florida Intelligence Agency in order to conduct a further investigation. Authorities then traced the post to Zapata's sister's house, where she lived along with Christian, her fiance, and her 3-year-old son. When confronted, just like the others, Christian would fold and admitted to the authorities that he was the publisher of the post and even told them that he had heard about the recent events in Florida. The man also expressed his surprise at the others who had been arrested, saying that their statements were protected by the First Amendment. Officers interviewed Christian's sister. They claimed the woman said Christian often spent time in chat rooms talking to anonymous people. The contents of these discussions revolving around conspiracy theories and white supremacist ideologies. The cops also claimed the sister told them Christian had a deep fascination with Adolf Hitler and may have had a mental illness. Zapata was arrested on April 19th of 2023 by the Shelton Police Department and was charged with written threat to kill. As news hit the media regarding this case, Zapata's sister began singing a different tune towards the public, claiming that she was taken out of context by the police when giving her initial statements. She told media outlets that Christian wasn't in fact a white supremacist and is of Hispanic ancestry, but identifies as white.
There's a lot of Hispanic white supremacists.
She also said that he loved learning about other cultures, and most of the conspiracy theories involve things like Bigfoot and the Loch Ness.
I'd probably rather be Hispanic than
She
white.
also tried to clarify that the Hitler comment was taken out of context. She said the man, quote, never ever in his life mentioned to me about Hitler or liking him, unquote. Once again, as I said to the officer, my brother is not part of any hate or white supremacist groups. He's not obsessed with Adolf Hitler. He has no Nazi views. He's just a kid who made a wrong decision. Law enforcement tricked me into making it seem like my brother is some sort of criminal. I had told the officer that Christian didn't suffer from a mental illness. Instead, that he was a strange, socially awkward kid. I repeated multiple times to the officer, not once that they mentioned any of this would be used against us. It's just sad. My brother had heard about what's going on in Florida, and believing in the First Amendment, he posted something he regretted instantly. He's a great kid with no record. In an affidavit, Christian Zapata denied being a part of any hate groups or owning any weapons. Later on May 4th, 2023, Zapata would be extradited to Florida and was charged with written threats to kill or do bodily harm. While many of these threats were issued within the United States, there was in fact one threat found that belonged to someone outside of the U.S., all the way up in Canada. But Sheriff Mike Chitwood's jurisdiction apparently is worldwide. Tony Stromberg. This particular individual had gone beyond 4chan postings, going to Twitter to make his threats, and even went as far as to send emails and make phone calls to the Volusia County Sheriff's Office. In these emails, Tony went by the alias Condor Calabasas and would threaten to murder Mike Chitwood.
You can trap them into coming around a corner where they'll bunch up. So cute. Here's some ammo and stuff. I'm not used to these data capsules being in town. This is weird, but okay.
Rare sample collected. Requesting fortification.
Bad machinist. Is that it? Play on the bad electrician? That dude's hilarious.
As far as I know, I had my name first.
Objective completed.
To answer your question,
Fair enough. I've done a little bit of machining, not enough to call myself a machinist, but enough to really appreciate it.
I actually went to school and apprenticed and got my journeyman's card. I've been doing it for 13 years now, 14 years.
That's fantastic. I worked for Marvin Huey. He makes custom gun cases if you want to Google him, and he had me making the oil barrels, and screwdrivers for gun cases. So it was a very specific machining thing. He said the lathe I was working on was a miniature version of the same one that made the atomic bomb.
Oh.
Yeah, it was a French lathe, and I had to fill up the little oil things on the top of it before I started work every day. These are just drip the oil down into the system, you know.
That's neat. I missed the company that you said you worked for. I couldn't hear it over the explosions.
Yep, Marvin Huey gun cases.
Oh, okay.
He made a gun case for 2 over-under shotguns that were presented to President Bush.
I work for General Electric.
Oh, well, you probably do fine. I live in Joplin, Missouri, and we've got a machinist shop here that says they do aerospace stuff. I applied there, but I was too bad, that machinist.
Yeah, aerospace stuff is... There's a place in Vermont that does that. Up here, Rutland. I work in the Schenectady facility doing power generation equipment.
Schenectady in New York?
Okay. Oh, there was one more.
Where is Schenectady? Is it in New York?
Yeah, it's in New York. Not very far from Albany.
Okay, I'm gonna pick up someone's stuff. It's a guard dog and a arc thrower because I don't know where my stuff is and I need to not die.
Oh, as long as the samples are grabbed, that's all that really matters.
True. All right, where's my? You know, I can probably call in new goodies. Let's just go to our objective. We've done this. We're just burning ammo.
All right. Call stalwart down.
There's one laying over. Thought I saw one laying over here, but yeah, that's fine. Okay, if you're calling in stuff, I'll call in my stuff. Alright, I've got my gear. I've dropped whoever's gear I was carrying, which is a arc thrower and a guard dog. There's 2 guard dogs here and 2 arc throwers.
Alrighty. I'll grab a guard dog. I hate gas mines.
Oh, I'm running a gas build, so just, you know, for the fun of it.
Yeah, I'll try to be mindful. Oh, crap. Okay.
Alright, I got the charger. He's bleeding out. Charger down. I'm mean, I have.
Watch out for that orbital laser.
All right, guys, I'm going towards our objective. You can once you break free, y'all can work your way out of that. I think you can outrun every bug except for a charger while it's charging. Just run and juke a little bit, and pretty soon you'll be free. Wow, they mobbed me so hard I couldn't get out of it.
Calling in reinforcements. Calling down a sentry and orbital strike.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Democracy has landed.
If someone needs a hover pack, let me know. I'll wait on off cooldown. I'll call in one. Is my hover pack stuck way the hell up there? Is that why I can't find it?
Requesting sentry.
Okay, I see the last. Oh.
Terminate outpost destroyed.
Excellent. Okay, we got a call in. Some
Throwing grenade.
Shit.
You know, this build I have is very dependent on the gas mines. I can't not use them. I don't know how to get up there without a hover pack, and I think my hover pack is up there, so I guess we'll just move on.
South, 200 meters.
I can get a new one in a minute and a half.
Oh shit, charger.
Oh, nice. You figured out how to get in here. Nope, I saved you. Let's see. This looks kind of stuck. Oh. If you can drop a hover pack down. Because I saw you jumped up there. Right, Lima? You did. Did you find my home back up there? Okay, I can call in a new one. Let's get the hell out of here.
Napalm strike is coming in.
No, where's my hover pack? Screw it, I'm throwing it way over there.
Objective near your position.
Canister's empty. Canister's empty.
Shoot the left front leg. I could take the armor off of it.
Canister's empty. Reloading.
Charge it down.
Advanced weaponry! Low tunnel breach! Liberty save me!
Okay. Well, I'm just off
In a
it.
follow-up email in March of 2023, Tony, aka Condor, would write that he was disappointed in the lack of attention he was receiving. He made all of these threats that he claimed were much more credible than anyone else, and not one police car, let alone the FBI, had pulled up on him. But that would soon change. The authorities would track him down, revealing the man's real name as Tony Stromberg of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. On June 11, 2023, Stromberg would be arrested and charged with uttering threats to cause death. This time, though, there would be no face-to-face with Mike Chidley, due to Canada deciding to hold him there and avoid extradition. For the time being, he'll remain in Canada until facing charges in court. Ethan Russell. Now, this one's a bit different. This wasn't a shit poster online or a white supremacist. This was more or less just an insane individual with a personal grudge against Mike Chidley. 22-year-old Ethan Russell of Deltona, Florida, had been in and out of trouble with the law since he was a teenager. In March of 2019, he was arrested for cutting off his ankle monitor and attempting to burglarize a home. When officers arrested him, they found 7 knives on his person. On July 9, 2019, while in jail, Russell handed one of the jail officers a note detailing his urge to join ISIS and bomb 7 locations, including the White House, the Pentagon, the Capitol Building, the Orlando International Airport, the Amway Center in Orlando, the Daytona Beach International Speedway, and the Volusia County Courthouse in DeLand. This wouldn't be his only threat. On November 8, 2019, Russell would be caught making threats via mail that he planned on buying an Austrian sniper rifle after he got out of jail and taking that along with 20 propane tanks, a blowtorch, and gasoline to bomb the FBI building in Jacksonville. Then a few days later, on the 12th of that month, he sent another letter threatening to burn several high schools. For all of this, he pled no contest for 2 counts of written threats to kill/conduct a mass shooting. He was placed on 5 years probation and forced to undergo mental health evaluation. For all of these actions, Sheriff Mike Chitwood would condemn Ethan, calling him a monster, and this didn't sit well with the delinquent. After Russell found himself in jail again due to trespassing on a construction site where he had reportedly attempted suicide, he began to blame Sheriff Chitwood for his woes. And when he found out that the sheriff was in the news for the threats that he was getting,
now we have to wait
Russell
for the shit to come in,
his name to the
and
list.
here it comes.
In July of 2023, Russell would write a letter threatening to run Mike Chitwood over with the car. And if that didn't kill him, he also stated that he would beat him to death and burn his body with napalm. In the letter, he also threatened President Joe Biden and Governor Ron DeSantis. But Chitwood didn't take these threats very seriously. I'm aware of it. He wants to kill people, but he's just sitting in jail. He obviously has his problems. Russell would be charged on July 3rd, 2023 with threats to kill or do bodily harm to another person, threatening to discharge a destructive device by using a bomb, and written threats to carry out a mass shooting or terrorist act. So far, that's 5 people Chitwood had arrested. But I gotta say, I think the 6th might be the most interesting. You see, Chitwood's point of all of this was to prove that these people behind the computer screens issuing these threats were nothing to actually be afraid of. They were all a bunch of pussies.
But yeah, I got these.
You believe they got all their
gums
power
from
from
VA.
anonymity, and once you took the mask off, you revealed how truly pathetic these guys were. That being said, though, there was one of these threat issuers that may have actually been a lot more dangerous than those mentioned previously. An individual who was already in jail for an alleged double homicide. Joshua Wall.
I gotta go pay.
Joshua Wall of Dillingham, Alaska, had been posting threats on 4chan since 2019. Many of these posts were anti-Semitic and included.
All right, this is the second shit coming. That's all we need.
He
Once
also
we're done,
posted
we're done.
videos of him and his friends using high-powered lasers as weapons to blind law enforcement. After Chitwood hit the news for taking a stand against anti-Semitism, Wall began threatening Mike Chitwood on 4chan in April of 2023.
All right, she's
he also
good.
emailed Chitwood and included descriptions of the weapons that he owned and published videos of him burning photos of Chitwood with laser pointers.
This YouTube video, which is part of the evidence listed in the U.S. Attorney's
Looks like there's a small mess near the extract point.
using a laser to burn a picture of Chitwood.
After Chitwood's press conference, Wall made threats on 4chan under the username LaserAnon, writing, "Until you get the balls to arrest me in real life, I'll still be here. Kill Chitwood in real life. Shoot him in the fucking head with an overpressure 10mm round. Come and do something about it, Fed boys." And on March 31st, 2023, Wall allegedly emailed Chitwood stating, "I just wanted to thank you. Your toothless threats to arrest me for the last 3 weeks have woken me from my funk.
All right,
Did
let's
you
get
know
that last
laser
nest
like
in
this
the
can get
extract.
hotter than the sun very fast? You have inspired me to continue my work. So now I'm sitting here, armed to the teeth with binary explosives, 37mm launchers, lasers that blind for life, in 1/15 of a second.
Exit here on my thing.
Level 4 tungsten tip ammo with weapons with binary triggers, and it's all because of your toothless threats towards me in the last 3
I'm going towards that
weeks.
last thing.
Thank you for reigniting my passions." The threats continued until around July of 2023 when they suddenly just stopped. On September 25th, 2023, documents were unsealed that revealed that authorities were able to trace the threats back to Joshua Wall in Alaska, and he was indicted by a grand jury for the crimes of cyberstalking and transmitting threats in an interstate commerce. Regarding his threats against Chitwood, charges were 1 count of cyberstalking and 4 counts of transmitting threats in interstate commerce. However, extradition would not be possible at the time. It seemed authorities had figured out why these threats suddenly stopped in July, and that was because Wall was already in jail for being the suspect of an unrelated double murder. On August 19, 2023, Wall had called the Alaska police after finding his 2 peers, 32-year-old Jennifer Gardner and 31-year-old Timothy Evans, both shot dead. But when authorities arrived, they found an interesting piece of evidence at the scene that pointed suspicion towards Josh. A green and black 9mm handgun with the word absolution carved into it. Wall had posted a video of that same gun to the internet, and authorities also found photos of him showcasing the gun on 4chan. With an obvious connection to what the officers believed was the murder weapon, Wall was arrested on 1st and 2nd degree murder charges.
I like to call in a resupply at every objective because by the time you're done with the objective, it'll be there and we'll need it.
Objective located. East. ETA, T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Let's get out of here. Don't get on the boat till everyone's there.
Tactical
Gotcha.
nearby.
Oh, hey, we've got the tower over here.
Calling down a sentry. ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Okay, but we got time.
Yeah, just don't leave without us. I use this double sickle too much because I'm wearing gas armor, not flame armor. It burnt me up.
That's why I wear flame armor with the sickle.
Have been launched. ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Oh, jeez.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Yeah, I didn't bring a sickle. I just picked one up, and so that's why I'm not prepared.
Oh, that was probably my LAS 17.
Watch where you're standing.
I love that fucking thing.
Yeah, it's great. It really is. But like you said, you know, it needs armor, the right armor to carry it. I like the obedient armor. That works almost good enough.
Yep.
Mission map updated.
All right. Guess let's beat feet.
Head to L4. Beat feet manifesto. Ignacio, where are you? Do you need help? India 3. India 3, you need us assist. I'll come get you. I'm coming for you. I'm gonna come help you.
Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Oh shit, we're done. I said don't get
I guess on board.
I said don't get on the boat until
I don't think it's because anybody got on the boat. I think we ran out of time.
Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
well, I can't leave a soldier behind, so I was gonna drop my samples, but
Another victory for the right side of history.
when you're on my boat, you don't get left behind unless we're all dead.
Later, Josh's lawyer would claim that his defendant was at the store when the crime took place, and that the gun in question had actually belonged to one of the victims. But when Chitwood's investigation against Wall began, they found that the weapon Wall was using in videos to threaten Chitwood was the same exact weapon that was found on the site of the double murder.
The murder weapon is the same weapon that he was sending me pictures of. I mean, what a crack shot he was, and you'll never hear it from it.
All right.
You know, you better be looking over your shoulder.
At this time, Joshua Wall is still facing murder charges while he awaits trial. And after that, he will have to face federal charges stemming from his threats against Sheriff Mike Chitwood. And with that arrest, Mike's war against the online hate space would cool down. But I don't think it's over for good. Aftermath. So what's happening with Mike Chitwood now? Mike continues to pursue criminals both online and offline, and it doesn't look like he's stopping anytime soon. He'd continue to fight back against 4chan, posting publicly about groups that were threatening to infiltrate the Daytona area again. Lately, Mike's taken things to a whole new level, even going after an 11-year-old kid.
Missing
This child threatened to
Aussie
shoot
goes
up
by
his school,
Fluffy.
and Mike's not buying any excuses given from him or the parent. saying juvenile protections don't cover you when you're tossing around serious threats like
Get
this.
your
Every
guess here
time
on.
we make an arrest,
Oh, add me if you
your
want to,
kid's photo
machinist.
is going to be put out there.
I'll
And
send
if
you
I
an
can
invite.
do it, I'm going to perp walk your kid so that everybody can see what your kid's up to.
Is there any way civilly that I could sue those families to recoup the costs of what their failure to be a good parent is all about? And that's what this comes down to.
Whatever the case, Mike Chitwood is still very much beloved by his community.
Yeah, if
To
anyone wants to add me, go
exemplify
ahead.
this,
All right,
well,
right
in
on.
November 2024,
Y'all are
Chitwood
good
won
players.
re-election to be sheriff in a landslide. I cannot tell you how humbled I am that over 82% of this county has put me back in office and gave us a
This
vote
one
of
is
confidence
complicated
as
and
your
weird.
sheriff and as an organization. The next 4 years are going to be supercharged. My passion and energy is to protect this community, fight for this community, and serve this community to the best of my ability. In February, Chitwood announced that he's working alongside President Donald Trump.
Yes, IDD.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Just because you're low level doesn't mean you're not a good player. And, you know, there's noobs who are people that are new to the game, and there's noobs, people that are new to every game all the time and just can't play. I don't think you're the second guy to noob.
To implement illegal immigration crackdowns in the days.
Do you have gas gear?
Chitwood continues to be aggressive, eccentric, and unafraid to speak his mind. And it's unlikely that his war against 4chan will be ending anytime soon. I'd be curious to know if some of you started off this video thinking the man overreacted for going after some of the posters who commented about him online. After hearing what they said and their backgrounds, I'd be curious to know if you still feel the same way regarding Chitwood's
This is
actions
crazy
here.
talk.
Regardless, that was the story
Really?
of Mike Chitwood and the war with 4chan.
Excuse me.
I'd like to again thank
Formal
Warhammer 40,000 Tacticus for sponsoring today's video. Make sure you check out the QR code or check out that link in the description to play. And well, you made it to the end. Let me know what you guys thought about the video down below in the comments section, and let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate.
You're known. Shut up. That was a stupid, weird story, though. Let's see. Hi. Banking. Wait. High ranking cover up cop celebrates road rage fatality. The fuck? Cadet's mysterious death. Air Force cadet? Log jam it. I'm gonna watch Dr.
This is
Grande.
Dr. Grande. Today I will analyze the case of Scott Spivey and Weldon Boyd.
I like all of
First,
Dr.
I look at
Grande's
the
stuff.
background of this case, move to the timeline of the incident, then offer my analysis. Scott Ryan Spivey was born on March 5, 1990, in Raleigh, North Carolina. In 2013, he earned a bachelor's degree in agriculture business management. In June 2022, when Scott was living in Charlotte, North Carolina, he was in a terrible collision which involved him flipping his pickup truck 3 times. After this, he decided to move to North Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and live in a trailer on land his parents owned on Camp Swamp Road. To make a living, he worked as an insurance adjuster. In the summer of 2023, he broke up with a love interest and was devastated by this loss. Also living in North Myrtle Beach at this time was a man named Weldon Boyd. He was a military veteran who owned a restaurant. Just like Scott, Weldon had a recent breakup. His fiancée, who was 7 months pregnant, returned a 5-carat diamond engagement ring to him. Anticipating a custody battle with her, Weldon used an app on his phone, which recorded his phone calls. Now moving to the timeline of the incident. On September 9, 2023, 33-year-old Scott Spivey drank for several hours at a bar called Boardwalk Billy's in North Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. He consumed 7 beers, 3 shots of Fireball cinnamon whiskey.
Oh, he's
and
a stripper.
cheeseburger.
Okay.
He left the bar at 5:30 p.m., driving his black 2021 Chevrolet Silverado pickup truck. Scott was in the possession of a pistol chambered in .45 ACP. At the same time, Weldon Boyd was in his white 2022 Dodge Ram pickup truck into a trailer which contained a couch. In the passenger seat was his best friend, Kenneth Williams, who went by the name Bradley. Both Weldon and Bradley were carrying pistols chambered in 9mm Luger. The men had just pulled out of a parking lot for a Tractor Supply store. At 5:48 p.m., some type of disagreement developed between Scott and Weldon near the intersection of Highway 9 and Highway 57. Weldon would later say that Scott swerved near his vehicle and waved a gun. Scott then pulled ahead of Weldon and slammed on the brakes. Weldon swerved to avoid slamming into Scott and ended up in a ditch in the median. He pulled out of the ditch and pursued Scott. About 5 miles into this chase, at 5:54 p.m., Weldon Boyd called 911. He told the operator, quote, "Hey, I've got a guy pointing a gun at me driving. We are armed as well. He keeps throwing the gun in our faces, acting like he's about to shoot us. If he keeps this up, I'm going to shoot him," unquote. He informed the operator that he was on Highway 9, headed toward the town of Lawrence, and that the other vehicle was running from him. Weldon stayed on the phone with the operator and pursued Scott all the way to Camp Swamp Road. Again, this is the road that Scott lived on. When Scott turned on this road, Weldon said, quote, "He's stopping. Hey, we're about to have a blanking shootout, dude," unquote. Scott stopped his Silverado, and Weldon stopped his Ram behind him. Scott exited his vehicle holding his pistol and said something like, "Do not follow me anymore."
No reason, something like that.
At 6:04 p.m., both Weldon and Bradley fired multiple shots at Scott. 40 rounds were fired between them. Bullet holes could be seen in the windshield of Weldon's Dodge Ram. Evidently, the men fired right through the windshield. Scott jumped back in his truck and fired several times before slumping over the center console. Weldon told the operator, "Dude, please come help us, man." Weldon also made other statements, including, "I don't know if he's shot or not. He shot blanking first.
Got the charger.
Why the blank would he do that? And as soon as he shot, I shot back." The first officer arrived on scene at 6:10 p.m. and discovered Scott's body slumped over the center console of his Silverado. A detective named Alan Jones was assigned to conduct the investigation into Scott's death. Witnesses had observed Scott driving erratically and pointing a pistol at individuals in another vehicle. Someone had captured at least one image of Scott holding a gun out of his window. At the scene of the shooting, witnesses did not know who shot first, but they did see Scott outside his vehicle holding a pistol. An autopsy revealed that the fatal shot struck Scott in his back. It only took the detective, Alan, a few hours to conclude that the killing of Scott was self-defense. But of course the official report would take longer to generate. Alan indicated that Scott's behavior led to his death, namely driving erratically and pointing a gun at people. On April 18, 2024, the Attorney General's office told Scott's family that no charges would be filed against Weldon or Bradley. They concluded that Scott brandished a firearm and Weldon and Bradley had the right to be on Camp Swamp Road. This was a case of self-defense. On June 3, 2024, Scott's family filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Weldon and Bradley. The police released information to Scott's family, who learned that Weldon had recorded his phone calls. As I mentioned, he did this because he was anticipating a custody dispute with his pregnant ex-fiancée. These recorded calls were pretty interesting and have caused some people to take a second look at this case.
All right, we've got
Here are a
covered.
few examples of what
Hang
was
out for the
captured
supply beacon.
on these recordings. Right after the shooting, Bradley could be heard telling Weldon, "Blanket, Weldon. Why couldn't we blanking leave him alone?" Weldon then told Bradley not to worry and reassured him that he knew people that could help them out. At this point, Weldon called a police officer named Brandon Strickland, who was in charge of the criminal investigations at the Horry County Police Department. This is the county where the shooting took place. Brandon told Weldon, "I got the people coming that need to come."
So when you have
And
gas gear, you
indicated
can actually
he
hang
had
out in this,
handpicked
and
a
all those
detective
little
for the
things
case.
just die.
As I mentioned, the detective was Alan Jones. On September 10, 2023, the day after the shooting, Brandon called Weldon and apologized for not being able to be there. Brandon explained how he called the captain over investigations and told him who Weldon was. He said, quote, "You were taken care of," unquote, and further reassured Weldon
Get your
with the words,
slide?
quote,
Okay, cool.
"I was in the shadows last night. I wasn't there, but I was in the shadows," unquote. During another phone call between Brandon and Weldon,
So we get this other
Brandon
thing,
advised him
like
to
one
keep
little
a low
nest,
profile,
probably a stalker
stay on
nest.
Facebook. Brandon said, quote, "If I thought you had something to worry about, I'd tell you. I'm telling you, you have nothing to worry about," unquote. In a phone call with a family member, Weldon said that Brandon told him that any warrants for his arrest would have to go through him. At another point, Brandon told Weldon that the investigation would have been more complicated if the
You want to do
person
the
who
thief?
died had been a black man. Referring to Scott's race, Brandon said, quote, "I'm glad it's a white male," unquote. Later, he continued with this theme, saying, quote, "You would have really..."
Yeah, the mask doesn't make any difference. It's the armor. Actually, you don't start one of these. When you start it, it just aggroes everything. So just bring all 5 things up. Then we can know what order we want to put them in. And oh, sorry about that.
Unquote. Weldon appeared to be confident that Brandon Strickland was protecting him. When he talked to Bradley, he said, quote,
Mini
"When I
nuke is the
tell you
gold. That's
we
what we're
had
looking for.
A lot of my friends worked together on this for us. We definitely did," unquote. Weldon predicted this would have been ugly if Scott had traveled a mile
found one.
on Camp Swamp Road because he would have left Horry County. During a conversation with his mother, Weldon indicated that he...
Okay, we've got enough stuff. I'm going to start it.
After Scott aimed a gun at Bradley's head. Weldon said, quote, "Oh, I was on his flank, and his truck couldn't outrun my truck when he knew it. So yeah, he was terrified."
Resupplying on objective.
All these recordings brought up 2 major concerns. It undermined Weldon's claim of self-defense by making him seem too aggressive, and it pointed to potential corruption on the part of the police. Did their relationship with Weldon influence the outcome of the investigation? On March 11, 2025, Brandon Strickland resigned. His lawyers told the media that Brandon had not exerted any influence on the case, and they pointed out that there is a huge difference between public
Mini
corruption
nuke, napalm, explosive, high explosive napalm. That's what we got.
The top administrator for Horry County asked the State Law Enforcement Division to reopen the case. At the time I'm making this video, there is no investigation, and the case is still considered to be closed. Neither Weldon Boyd
done
nor
here.
Bradley Williams have been charged with any crime. Now moving to my analysis. The 2 main issues in this case involve the potential guilt of Weldon and
GGs.
Bradley in the shooting death of Scott, and potential police corruption. I will look at these issues separately. First, let's take a look at the shooting. Some people have argued that Weldon and Bradley should have been charged in connection with the shooting death of Scott, despite the state's determination that the men acted in self-defense. This brings me to the question, were Weldon and Bradley guilty of any type of crime? Let's take a look at the evidence both for and against the idea that they were guilty, starting with the inculpatory factors. There is no question that Scott brandished a firearm, which provoked the confrontation. The problem is, Weldon pursued Scott, and based on the cell phone recordings, Weldon believed that Scott was afraid of him. How can someone claim self-defense when they chased the person down for miles? Scott provoked the confrontation initially, but he attempted to disengage by driving away at high speed. At some point, his provocation can no longer be used against him. The effect of a provocation has an expiration. On the 911 call, Weldon repeatedly indicated that he may have to shoot Scott. The bullet that killed Scott was fired into his back. Moving to the exculpatory factors, Scott's 5e was intoxicated. He should not have been carrying a firearm or driving. He brandished a firearm, which put Weldon and Bradley in fear for their safety. Weldon may have pursued Scott because he was worried about the safety of the public. Clearly, Scott was a danger to society. Pursuing Scott was ill-advised. However, as the state pointed out, Weldon and Bradley had a right to be on Camp Swamp Road, where Scott ultimately stopped his truck. Weldon claimed that Scott fired first. Witnesses did not see who fired first, but they did see Scott with a pistol in his hand, standing next to his pickup truck. This corroborates part of Weldon's story.
I'm out of grenades. I need to find my grenade launcher.
Driver of Weldon's Dodge Ram. He was placed in a situation where he was facing Scott holding a gun and possibly shooting him. Even if Weldon was responsible for some wrongdoing, Bradley did not have a choice but to be where Weldon took him. Bradley was thrown into a tense and life-threatening situation. After the shooting, Weldon did not appear to be scared by the fact that there were witnesses. He even
If you find my stuff, you can have it. I'm calling in your stuff.
Police. This would be a strange move if Weldon had something to hide.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Not talk to the police. When considering all the
Hey,
evidence in this case,
Lobo's
I
back.
believe that Weldon and Bradley committed some type of crime. This is a tricky case. I think it comes down to three questions. Did the provocation that Scott introduced expire or deflect so that Weldon could not claim that
This
Scott
is one of those
was
broken
the
holes we
provocation
just can't.
at the scene of the shooting? Did Weldon believe the right to pursue Scott?
You can only kill it head on.
Was ill-advised. And did Weldon's pursuit constitute provocation on his part? Like, did he provoke
Yeah,
Scott?
anyone that wants to get my stuff, go ahead and get it.
In my opinion, the provocation introduced by Scott did expire because Scott made a significant effort to disengage. Weldon was within his rights when he followed Scott. And simply following somebody does not necessarily constitute provocation, especially in light
Screw
of
them. Let's
Scott's
go to our objective.
behavior. He should have expected people to be interested in identifying him. So
All
he
right.
could be
Well, let's
arrested
take out
by
these
police.
holes first. These might be the soccer.
Furthermore, Weldon and Bradley fired right through the windshield of the Dodge Ram. It's not like they exited the vehicle and closed the distance with Scott on foot. If Scott discharged his weapon first on Campsoft Road, Weldon and Bradley had the right to defend themselves. There's no way to prove that Scott did not fire first. In my opinion, there is insufficient evidence to support any charge against Weldon or Bradley. The state of South Carolina made the right decision, even if there was some corruption involved in the investigation. This takes me to the second concern in this case. Was there corruption on the part of the police? Based on the recordings captured on Weldon's phone, I believe that Brandon Strickland was attempting to influence the investigation. He implied that a few times, which included saying the words, "You were taken care of." Brandon can argue that he was
Beautiful.
bragging
This is beautiful.
or
Thank you.
lying.
Everything
That
worked out
very
great.
well could be true. For example, Alan Jones, the detective who investigated the case, was assigned because he was on call during the time of the shooting.
What's that, George?
Brandon
India 3?
selected him.
India 3 on objective.
Even so, I think it is difficult for Brandon Strickland to escape his own words. I view the recordings as a confession on the part of Brandon. In my opinion, there was public corruption in this case.
I let off my
and his behavior
run, my
undermined
sprint, so that I can
public
build my
trust.
stamina before I go into
Really
battle.
final thoughts. The focus
You
of
don't
this
want to
case
enter a
has been
battle
placed
with no
on
stamina.
Weldon and Bradley, as well as the police. But it is important to remember that Scott Spivey started the incident that led to his death. He drove while intoxicated and brandished a weapon. This was going to end badly one way or the other. At a minimum, Scott was going to be arrested. Ultimately, he achieved an even worse outcome. It's not clear what caused Scott's behavior. Maybe he was upset by his recent breakup, therefore decided to drink excessively. The alcohol consumption led to impulsivity and poor judgment, which facilitated his demise. The lesson in this case is that pouring alcohol on a problem never extinguishes it. In fact, it only adds fuel to the fire. Those are my thoughts on the case of Scott Spivey and Weldon Wood. Thank you so much for watching. Talk to you soon. Unfortunately, corruption on the part of the police happens more often than people think. Police operate in secrecy and can get away with all types of offenses. This case further demonstrates how secret their behavior can remain. If it were not for the recordings, the corruption in this case never would have been detected. This is pretty frightening for people as they contemplate interacting with the police on a daily basis, for those who do interact on a daily basis. At some point, in just about everyone's life, there will be some interaction with law enforcement, even if it's not particularly negative. This idea that they can operate in secrecy, and frequently do, is pretty frightening. They can pretty much do whatever they want, especially if they don't repeat that behavior in the long run. If a pattern develops, it's easier to catch them. But if they do something bad one time, they can often get away with it. When they are covering up for people who may have committed an offense, It's not like anybody's going to run to the police later on and tell them about it. So it only adds to their ability to keep their behavior secret. When the police are accused of corruption, they often point to the accusers and say,
Well, that's it. It
those
should be. Oh,
accusers
okay. There we go.
are promoting a conspiracy theory. Sometimes conspiracies are true. I think this case is a reminder that everything the police do should be recorded on video.
Y'all want to go get the dumb stuff?
Any
Do that.
exceptions to this. As
I have a
more cases
backpack I
come
need,
out
but
highlighting
no one's
corruption,
carrying it. Someone's not carrying a backpack. Let's go get the little bug and kill that probably stalker hole since it's by itself.
Body camera videos. It's a pretty frightening prospect. Law enforcement officers possess too much power.
India 3, look out.
Yet it seems like they're highly interested in doing this. I've covered many cases.
Come on,
where,
follow me.
when looking at
India
the
3, follow
body
me.
camera,
Come on.
It's clear the officers are nervous that it's running.
Just come to me, man.
and
Don't
they
worry about
signal
all that
each other
stuff.
To turn it off, to turn the body camera off.
I is India.
As I mentioned,
L
this
is
has happened
Lima.
several times.
Let's,
Several
all right,
cases
cool.
I've looked
Let
at,
go.
you can see these
I mean, you can do what you want, but since you seem to be way lower level, I'm just trying to help out.
Allied destroyer joining
It
squadron.
should make the
Deploying
public
LDAT.
nervous when police officers are trying to hide their behavior.
Okay, let me hear about this. Cadets, the narcissism defense. Okay, I'm gonna go get the stuff.
Calling down support weapon. Requesting sentry.
The case of Alex Dello Ortiz is very much about what you
What the
hear and
fuck?
what you see. The 22-year-old college student and cadet of the year was found dead from a gunshot wound inside his off-campus home in Florida in 2020. Police in Daytona Beach ruled that Alex took his own life, so they closed the case. But Alex's family and friends say there is no way Alex did this.
Tactical asset near your location.
And it's not just them. Retired detectives,
Extraction is
crime
available.
scene, and ballistics experts say the evidence points to someone else pulling the trigger. Two people in a house alone. One is a death. Alex's case hinges on a patchwork of Ring doorbell footage, police body cam recordings, and a scattered 911 call. Each capturing fragments of the truth. Separately, they don't tell the full story, but together, coupled with a mother's intuition, something they didn't do. Perhaps they do.
Oh, this is one of those overly dramatic bullshit TV shows. Oh, fuck these motherfuckers. Oh my god. No. Applying to my feelings. Oh, get them in the fields, make some money. Oh. I've got a buddy bunker if anyone's interested. If not, say so I can leave. Hey, L2, you're right here. Let's get it. Lima 2, let's get this buddy bunker.
We reached out to the Daytona Beach Police Department for comment, hoping to discuss how they handled Alex's case. They never got back to us. There was a mountain of evidence. On this episode of Law and Crime Investigates, we will give you all the facts, and you can decide for yourself what you think really happened to Alex Dello Ortiz.
I've been in those bunkers during a firestorm before, where the world where it's got the fire tornadoes. Me and a buddy just holed up in this bunker, and we didn't get burnt. It was great. So many gnomes. So many gnomes.
You can proceed to extraction when ready.
I want to get that embryo. Can you carry it, L2? Yeah, you don't have the backpack. All right, let's go. Backpack. Yeet.
Aeronautical University in Daytona Beach. He was studying electrical engineering and wanted to work at NASA. He was a cadet in the Air Force Reserves and had just been named Cadet of the Year and the morale officer of his detail. Alex was living in a small three-bedroom house his parents had bought him near the university. He had just gotten 2 brand new roommates, other students in every room. On the morning of September 6, 2020, a seemingly happy Alex, having
Go ahead and grab those samples. I haven't needed samples for over a month, so I'll get them if I run by them, but I'm not going out of my way for them.
Doing Tai Chi, smiling and waving to a neighbor.
Okay, there's the thing.
It was 11 a.m. Loris had just gotten off the phone with Alex.
Okay, before we go in to get that thing, let's grease up. I'm out of grenades.
Armed with mother's intuition, feels something isn't right with her son. She triggers the backyard ring camera, which has a direct view of Alex's bedroom. She looks around, doesn't see it. So she disconnects, but the ring camera keeps
Whatever.
moments later, at 11:55 a.m.,
I didn't get any resupply. I got no grenades. I don't know what happened. Okay, let's go.
a gunshot rings out. Almost 4 minutes later, at 11:59, Alex's roommate of 2 weeks, 22-year-old John Verline, calls 911.
Here, can you pick this thing up? Leave me to. You can't handle the gas. Don't get into it. There we go. All right, good job. Oh shit! You had to drop your jump pack. Let's go. They called in. They called in. Let's go.
Johnny is the only person in the house with Alex at the time of the gunshot. We know that because a ring camera looking out the front window caught the other roommate, Robert, leaving for a run at 11:43. Robert returns at 12:02, 7 minutes after the shooting. He's surprised to find he can't open the front door.
Robert.
The den couch is
Just run. Just run. Just go to extract with that thing. That aggro's everything.
Robert having to push the door open. We can hear what happens next on the 911 call.
It was clear and running around, and then it collapsed.
Do you feel any hair coming in and out of his mouth?
No.
Are you gonna start his CPR?
Yeah. We need an ambulance, please.
Calling down a sentry!
Minutes later, EMS responds.
Calling in extraction!
Alex is still clinging to life. They get him onto a stretcher.
Roger.
and take him to the
Pelican 1
hospital.
will reattempt pickup at extraction
That's when
zone.
Alex's name, Lourdes, who lives in Virginia, gets a
Do you guys know how to make the Pelican hover?
I got a call saying Alex passed out. And we just a little bit of plata. And that's when I said, we need to go. We're going now.
Just call it in. You run to the edge of extraction where it says, "Hey,
I get a call from
you're too far away. The Pelican's gonna leave." And then you move back in range. And then once you see the Pelican come out of the sky, and falling down, run out of range, and then it will just stop and hover, and it will keep shooting and cover you. It'll kill everything in its range until it runs out of ammo, and it takes a long time to run out of ammo.
police after finding a loaded rifle next to Alex's body. Police arrive on scene nearly 2 hours later, leaving a potential crime scene
Okay, we can do it right now. I mean, we've got a minute left. Let's just run to the edge of extraction. Everyone go to the edge. Probably right around here. I3, can you come with us? India 3. Help me show you guys how to do something cool, because sometimes there's just too much crap going on and you can't get to the objective, but with that thing hovering and killing everything, all the Bile Titans, just India 3. Igor, just come here, please.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Please hurry. We're running out of time now. Come on. India 3, come to us.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
I don't think he can hear me.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Hey, come here farther. Come here, we've got to get out of range. Come here. Please, get out of range of the drop.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
You've got to get out of range now. Right now, before it touches down.
Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated.
Well, we'll do some other time.
Later forensic tests would show that Alex had no gunshot residue on either of his hands.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement budget depleted.
H4.
extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
At this point, police
Victory was never in doubt.
so no one knows if a gun actually went off. That's why they're asking John what he heard.
There's not a ton of weird glitches that I know about in the game, but that is one. It's really fun to have that ship come down and just cover you. It shoots the biggest things first, and it just sits there, toom toom, toom toom, toom toom. Everything on the map, man, especially when you're on a good landing point. And when I say it takes a long time to run out of ammo, I mean 5 to 10 minutes, 10 to 12 minutes maybe.
Seconds later, he walks back into the room and makes a beeline right for Alex's desk. And out of the mess on the desk, he pulls out a box of ammunition and starts going through it in front of the officer, potentially contaminating evidence.
The fuck is this kid doing? Was he being a... Pulls out a box of ammunition and starts
John
going through.
throws
Well,
the
they'll
box of
find it
ammunition
anyway.
onto Alex's bed. And that's exactly where police take a picture of it as part of the crime scene photos.
Aw,
Crime
shit.
scene photos are part of the official police record. They're meant to capture
Well, no.
exactly how things were at the moment of death. But that box of ammunition, it wasn't on Alex's bed when the shooting happened. And that's not the only thing that's moved. Next time, it's the officer himself who moves things around. We'll get to that, but first, the officer goes to search for the shell casing. As the officer is looking in Alex's closet, his body cam catches something strange. A nearly perfect straight line of Alex's blood coming from Alex's bathroom before the large pool of blood. Police would never discuss that line of blood in their official investigation. They also would never mention a handprint on the wall near Alex's blood that can be seen in the crime scene photos. Why didn't police investigate those two potentially critical pieces of evidence? The puzzling police work continues on as the officer moves bags and blankets around in Alex's closet, tossing them right into the pool of Alex's blood, contaminating a potential crime scene. The officer eventually finds the shell casing in the closet.
There it is. Oh, wow. I didn't hear that. Maybe it is what I heard.
Oh no. No, not Elf Beast.
But it was laying on the floor here.
Elf Beast was a dick.
Alex's roommate Robert is not the only one surprised that the rifle is fully assembled.
Are you a roommate too? No, I'm a friend.
Their friend, who arrives at the scene minutes later, is shocked.
A gun? Yes. Oh. Not assembled. It was.
Do you have some gas armor, man?
Managed democracy calls for aid.
Why is that surprising?
Only you can answer.
Because the 22's not normally assembled.
He was saying before, like, that it wasn't assembled. He did say he was planning on assembling it.
All the confusion is enough to prompt a responding sergeant to finally ask the men to leave the house.
Let's treat this like a suicide/homicide scene. Let's get these guys out of the house.
Okay.
And lock it down, because
Hey, ours, Matt. Axe Matt.
maybe an accident.
I was kind of curious about that.
Just step outside. We're going to lock the house down for right now. Yeah, so we can determine what exactly happened with him.
Outside, the officer asked the men how Alex had been acting lately.
You know, he's a beacon box. There's something wrong with him. Always in a good mood. I've never seen him in a bad one, to be honest with you. I've known him for over a year now. You found him in there, right? Yeah. How was the position when you found him? I entered this room, and this was his dresser, and he was 8 inches from the dresser, about parallel to it.
8 inches from the dresser.
His left hand was like, I remember his right arm was stuck underneath him because I had to drag it out so I could move him. I was going to move him on his side when his heart stopped. I thought it was like just beating him or something.
Red.
It was laying, I mean, almost perfectly next to the ground, and he just,
There's a silly frog, man.
just fall next to it.
Blame the frog, not me.
Kind of shoved it a little bit out of the way. Not too
Frog.
much, but
Inside Alex's bedroom, the sergeant inspects the rifle. This is something strange.
Inspects the waifu? Wait, the sergeant inspects what? No, oh, wait, what? Log jam it. Woody Tiskers.
Inside Alex's bedroom, the sergeant inspects the rifle. He notices something strange.
Should be a bunch of blood in there.
All right, let's stop here for a second. Look at where the rifle is, on top of a stack of plastic bins. That is not where it was when police first arrived. It's policing 101, that in death investigations, no evidence should be moved anywhere. So how did the rifle get on top of the bins? The responding officer put it there. We watched him on his own body cam move the rifle, a potential murder weapon, around the crime scene 4 times, from the floor to the dresser, from the dresser back to the floor. 15 minutes later, from the floor back onto the dresser again. And that time, he takes a bullet, which EMS had cleared from the weapon, and puts it back in the gun. Eventually, he places the rifle on the stack of bins, the exact place where the crime scene technician photographs the weapon for the official police file.
Not one piece of evidence was in its original place, so by the time you have the crime scene investigator come in, she's photographing things that have already been moved. This is insane.
You need the rifle put back?
Why is there a woman there?
Complete disaster for a police investigation. Officers picking things up and putting them down. That is an absolute no-no. The only time you pick up anything is when you're going to collect it for evidence.
Steve Chancellor is a crime scene analyst. As the former director of the cold case unit at the Mississippi Bureau of Investigations, he specializes in studying, teaching, and testifying on crime scenes. Alex's parents hire him to review the body cam. What was the first thing you noticed?
There was no attempt to secure the scene. Every death should be looked at as a homicide until you can prove otherwise.
Careful walking through the blood.
Inside the crime scene itself, the bedroom, there was like 4 people. I saw John Berlin kneel down, search underneath the bed. They completely went against every crime scene protocol that you could think of. As a law enforcement professional for about 50 years now, I was embarrassed.
Where the homie at?
This is a pickle.
Oh, Lobo. Okay, there you
What
go.
do you think went down here? Yeah.
Let's look at this chick standing
Daytona
around.
Beach police are on
Blonde chick,
scene
big
for an
titties, just
hour
standing
and
around
40 minutes
looking at
before
stuff
wrapping
like
it
shit.
up.
I had it as
Like he's not even coherent.
attempted suicide. Yeah, a little
Natural blonde with big titties is a
different
lot
for
of
sure
power.
than the usual that we do.
Police don't lock up the house. They leave it with John and Robert. They're tenants, not even the owners of the property. The owners are Lourdes and Harold. Around 11 o'clock that night, Harold, who has a background in law enforcement, decides he needs to get to the house to check things out for himself.
Nothing is making sense. Evidence is
Oh, shit.
So you walk in the house. What
Let's
is
try
the
to get to
first
the
thing that you
farm.
notice?
Oh.
As soon as we opened the door, cracked it open, just the smell of bleach and chlorine is so strong, is almost overwhelming. And as I'm walking in,
Once I get to the farm, I'll
I
let
look
you
over
know.
and the red camera's disassembled. It's sort of 2 pieces on the windowsill.
That
Oh,
would be
shit.
this camera. The one that sits on the windowsill shoots out the front window and captures the front door. Okay, so the room was
Shush. No me's. No mass.
You're just in such shock. You're like,
Here it is. Okay,
no,
yeah,
this
come
is
here.
bizarre. We got to the bedroom. Walk in
Oh,
the
wait,
bedroom,
wait, this isn't it. I'm sorry.
wasn't an ounce that the bed was made. Nothing was disarray.
absolutely clear.
No evidence of blood or anything.
Confused
Okay, right
and
here.
questioning
Right here,
what
this
he's
is it.
seen, Harold returns to the hospital, and he and Lourdes have to make the hardest decision of their lives: to let Alex go and donate his organs. That decision is, I don't even know if this
Eldad, you are moving outside the mission area. Tunnel breach!
Yeah, it was not easy.
Calling down a sentry!
And the whole thing, it doesn't happen.
The tragic and sudden loss of Alex Bello Ortiz ripples through his military and school communities.
He would look out for you. He would find you, seek you out if you're ever having a bad day, and do everything in his willpower to make you have a better day.
Do everything in his willpower. Y'all are Air Force, not infantry. Oh, they're starstruck. Yeah, this is the easiest place to defend. And it's not a big deal now, but when you get on higher levels, you'll love this place. That robot mines down here, and we just hang out. They can't surround us. We don't have to defend 90 degrees, under 90 degrees. Yeah, under
The
90.
ME says she believes Alex took his own life. After reviewing in part the ring videos of Alex before his death, she notes that he was laughing
Oh, look at
and
y'all all
talking
over
to
there.
himself.
Yeah, that's the other best place until I found this one.
About that video of him in the backyard is odd to you.
No, absolutely. Alex is full of energy. Person that looks around and his positivity is like goes out of him. And when he's doing something, he's talking. That's him.
The ME says Alex may have been under the influence of drugs because detectives found that the year prior, Alex had downloaded a book on psychedelic mushrooms. Police say they heard Alex asking
Come on, guys, let's hold the farm.
camera to do
That's where they got the hydroponics. They're growing the
just
weed
prior
over
to
here.
the shooting.
Who gives a shit about that platform?
But Alex's blood drawn at the hospital showed absolutely no evidence of drugs in his system. Did Alex do drugs?
No.
No evidence of drugs was found in his room.
Nothing. There was absolutely nothing in his room and nothing in his body.
And the police comment was, he must be on drugs because he's out there in his underwear. Are you kidding me? Then I looked. If you notice the camera, he goes back to the shed to get the generator. He doesn't stagger. He goes straight down. He picks it up and he comes back. He would have passed the field sobriety test. So where's your drugs?
But the Daytona Beach Police Department defers to the medical examiner, saying they too believed Alex was, quote, under the influence of a dissociative substance that may have caused him to shoot himself in the head. Do you think
Holy shit.
Alex shot himself in the mouth?
Requesting sentry!
Dr. William Anderson is a former medical examiner and spent more than a decade
trust me,
as
he
the
looks like
Deputy
a
Chief
crazy
Medical
out of control
Examiner
piece of
in
shit.
Orlando.
Kind of-
Lourdes and Harold hired him to review Alex's autopsy.
You don't have any blood out of the barrel if it's inside the mouth. You're going to see a lot of injury inside of the mouth. That's a big red flag. Well, hello, the mouth is open. That's how that occurs. And I had several cases, where that's happened, shot across the room.
Tunnel breach!
Only days after Alex died, Lourdes and Harold go back to look at the ring videos because they know something isn't right. They review the footage from the outdoor back camera, which has a direct view of Alex's bedroom. Remember, Lourdes herself had turned this camera on remotely, but didn't see anything out of the ordinary at the time. Now that she and her husband are reviewing it together in light of their son's death, what they hear horrifies them.
Fuck.
Before the shot, another voice, clearly another person.
That long, oh, that's Alex.
Yes.
That's, what do you think that was about? That
Wall,
voice.
the wall is like Alex has that thing
when he gets surprised by something. They, whoa!
Then Lourdes and Harold review the ring footage from the cameras at the front of the house. And something clicks. That smell of bleach suddenly makes sense. At 4 p.m., the video shows John's father, Joseph Berline, with John, Robert, and their friend, carrying cleaning supplies, including mops and gallons of bleach, into the house. I reviewed Joseph Berline's phone records, which Alex's parents obtained through a subpoena. They show that at 2:56 p.m. and 3:10 p.m., he called 2 crime cleanup companies. Joseph Berline would later testify that they cleaned Alex's room to save Alex's family from having to witness the horrifying scene. This is a good time to point out that we reached out to John and Joseph Berline's attorneys several times to discuss this entire case with them. Their attorney never got back to us. So we know we have the exterior view of the men going into the house. I wanted to review the footage from the interior camera, which would show the men entering the house. It would have caught any conversation that not only happened as they were going in and out, but also as they were cleaning inside. But here's the thing, that camera had stopped working. This is the last shot it took. It was 1 hour before at 3 p.m. Someone is sitting on the windowsill. And remember, Harold says the ring camera was in pieces on the windowsill when he arrived at the house much later that night.
So, to me, it seemed absolutely intentional that something like this had happened. To not capture conversation or whatever was going on inside that house.
Realizing that the ring videos may hold more clues, Lourdes and Harold go back to September 5th, the day before Alex was shot. At 3:30 in the morning, John and his friends can be seen leaving the house. Alex's parents suspect Alex had kicked the guys out because later, through a subpoena, they were able to find a text message from 2 hours before in which a friend asked Alex if he was, quote, kicking them out.
I know Alex's character. He doesn't tell you to get out because he's a very welcome, unless there's something really, really wrong.
It makes Lourdes think back to a conversation she had with Alex a few days prior.
I call every day to him, and we talk every day. So I call him and say, how you doing? It was a short call, but his voice was different. So I called him again and said, Papa, is everything okay? And he said, well, Mom, I might have to change one of my roommates. And I said, okay, but I don't want you to worry about it. I'll handle it. I'll take care of it. So we were piecing this together and saying there was something going on.
Lourdes and Harold immediately turn all the videos over to police.
Everything that we find in the house, we bring it to them, calling them every week. Did you get anything? Did you have anything?
Lourdes says when police finally listened to the videos, which was months later, they say they didn't see or hear anything concerning. At any point did the police say to you, it was a suicide, stop pushing this?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Lourdes and Harold fight back, partnering with Mark Pucci, a retired NYPD detective and founder of the National Institute for Law and Justice, a nonprofit dedicated to providing free investigative services for families. You believe Alex was murdered?
Absolutely.
Pucci and Alex's parents pressure the Daytona Beach Police Department to send the audio out for enhancement. In the meantime, Lourdes and Harold have their own forensic audio examiner review the ring videos. The forensic analyst says she hears 2 male voices on the clip before the gunshot. This is what the analyst claims to hear in the video.
Blissful feeling. I need to watch something different. This is making me.
They were fighting.
There clearly was a struggle. And then there's a gunshot.
Yep.
But the Daytona Beach Police Department says they only hear one voice, and they don't hear any of what the forensic analyst does. Despite the mounting evidence, the Daytona Beach Police Department is unwilling to pursue a homicide investigation. Lourdes and Harold hire an attorney and demand police take another look at the case. There's a reason they've grown even more suspicious. You end up finding out that there was a misfire of a gun. After the shooting, John and Robert continued to live in the house. Remember, Lourdes and Harold still owned the place, and they've had John and Robert sign a lease that states they know there are cameras in the house and they're being recorded. On July 15th, 2021, at 3 in the morning, 10 months after the death of Alex Fellow Ortiz, you can hear a conversation about someone accidentally firing off a gun inside the house. The bullet flies right
My own
into
turret
Robert's
killed me.
bedroom wall.
And so efficient that he killed all the things on the other side he was shooting at, and then came to kill the things on my side, and always the first thing. That was super ultra mega no.
I understand why you don't consume carry, but alcohol. Yes. We're not telling anyone about this.
How did we end up in someone else's game? I thought we were in my game.
Requesting sentry.
John and Robert, we can't open the shed to get them the keys to cover that. I mean, you gotta do something first. Yeah, I mean, with like, so strategy's gonna be, yeah, me and John.
Man, I just called that thing in. Where is it?
A year later, Lourdes and Harold are in the house and notice a strange piece of plaster on a hallway wall. They hire a ballistics technician to carefully tear it open, and lo and behold, he finds a bullet surrounded in plaster.
Not only was it live,
I
didn't it?
thought you just put it in.
There was a
Okay.
massive attempt to
Hang on, I'll
cover it up.
find it.
Alex's family has had enough. In 2022, they and their legal team contacted the Daytona
Great.
Beach Police Department again, urging them to conduct a more thorough investigation. The department immediately puts up barriers. Through a public records request, Alex's family obtained this email from a lieutenant in the department notifying another lieutenant that an attorney for Alex's family wants to review the evidence. The lieutenant responds, "We have done our due diligence. We will no longer go down this road." So you can tell him his request is denied. The department further determines there is no proof or evidence of any
Nice, you
criminal
got a receipt,
wrongdoing
bud.
on the part
Did
of
you
John
pull it up
Ryan.
before you put the
They
stuff
closed the
in?
case again.
I've got the package.
A few months later, in August 2023, John is disenrolled from the Air Force Reserve Officer Training Corps at Embry-Riddle. According to Air Force records, it is due to his involvement in a major misconduct offense alleged in the death of another cadet. But still somehow, the Daytona Beach Police Department doesn't find it necessary to take another look at the case.
The Daytona Beach PD, to this day, has never formally interviewed the only person who was home alone at the house at the time of the shooting. No formal interview.
You know what else the police department
Thanks for
has
the backup.
never done? Were Alex's fingerprints ever found on the gun?
Lane of 4. Doing his duty.
The department has never tested 5 fingerprint swabs taken from the rifle.
It's still in the sealed envelope inside the evidence box. 5 separate DNA swabs from the trigger, the trigger guard, the barrel, an unused round inside the magazine. Okay, so 5 DNA swabs.
So those swabs have never
To
been
this
tested?
day,
Never.
to this day, never been tested.
Daytona Beach Police say they don't think that's necessary. We know that because in 2021, the homicide detective on Alex's case wrote in an email to another member of the department that the rifle swabs were not sent for testing due to the fact that they were of no evidentiary value.
So how do you know that before you test them?
This could be a critical point of evidence, and it's not being done.
Liberty dispensed.
Lourdes and Harold decide the only way they can get this evidence really looked at is by a jury. So they file a federal civil lawsuit against John for wrongful death, claiming that he shot and killed Alex and covered it up with the help of his father. A pivotal piece of evidence, according to Alex's family and legal team, a Ring camera clip captured just seconds after the gunshot. The only reason the footage exists is because of the American flag mounted on the house, stirring in the wind. It triggered the camera, and in the eerie silence that follows the shot, a voice can be heard. According to the forensic audio analyst, the voice says, "Alex is dead."
Jury told us that all 8 of them unanimously agreed that they clearly heard Alex is dead. There's only
Do we have
one
someone on each
person who
gate?
could have been speaking inside the residence at that time, and that was Joe.
In December 2024, a jury agrees that John committed battery against Alex, which resulted in Alex's death. They award Lourdes more than $4 million in damages.
I am extremely happy because after 4 years of pain, suffering, and struggle to have somebody heard us.
How did it feel when that decision came down?
We have been fighting for 5 years to show that somebody shot my son. And finally, somebody besides us is seeing it.
A jury.
A jury. A jury of...
Someone get that other gate.
Yeah.
John Berline is appealing the jury's decision and is requesting a new trial. Following the verdict, the police department releases a statement saying the Volusia County Medical Examiner is solely responsible for determining Alex's cause of death. The department says, "We acknowledge that the crime scene was not preserved as promptly as it should have been, and this is a procedural shortcoming we regret. However, this did not affect the determination by the medical examiner regarding the manner of death."
We're going to be here for a minute. Let's get our
The department goes on
resupply
to
down.
say that while it has no plans to reopen the investigation, it will cooperate fully with any state or federal agency that may decide to review the matter further. And that's what Alex's family and friends are looking for an outside law enforcement agency to get involved and investigate how the Daytona Beach Police Department handled the case.
We need to figure out what happened with the investigation. We need to figure out where Daytona police went wrong. They did such a horrible job of handling this investigation.
You think there should be an investigation of
Stupid
the
cop
investigators?
numbers.
Yes. The thing was, they made conclusions based on no evidence.
And for some reason,
They
he's
copulated.
thinking, once I reach my
Copulated.
decision, then that's it. That's the last. This is not right.
We need to hold accountable the police department for negligence and they haven't done what they need to do. I don't want another mom or another person to go through the nightmare and tell that I'm being going through. I'm not going to let go until there is responsibility taken and until there is actually justice.
As we've uncovered more about the circumstances surrounding the death of Alex Bello Ortiz, one thing remains clear. Alex's family believes that critical mistakes were made in the investigation and that those mistakes should be corrected. We'll continue to track this case in hopes of getting to the truth of what really happened to Alex Bello Ortiz. I'm Kristen Thorne for Law and Crime Investigates.
Yeah, Mom torches liberty. Let's go. Of all the grenades, gas are my favorite, but if you don't have people carrying an anti-tank, bring the thermite. And bring the thermite till you know how to throw it. Yep, we're just burning ammo over here, guys. Let's beat feet.
How about a nice cup of liver tea?
My grenade didn't get them all, so I used the laser to kite them toward me or into the smoke.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining. Bug hive spotted. Prepare to exterminate. Extraction is available.
Alright, let's see what's going on here. Young boy vanishes after finding shocking photos of Dad. Oh, well, fuck that. Missing woman's sketchy finance. Wait. Hang on. Sketchy fiance points finger at everyone else. Okay, 4chan felons. Wavywebsurf. He does pretty good work. Teen brutally murdered after getting girlfriend pregnant at 16. Oh, I just watched something like that. Okay, I gotta go.
4chan has been host to many criminals throughout the years. From animal abusers to vandals, hell, even bank robbers have shared details of their criminal activities to the notorious website. While 4chan is generally an anything-goes kind of place, thankfully, when it comes to criminality, fellow board members will often report these braggadocious lawbreakers in an attempt to get them arrested. And many of these arrests, especially those stemming from more heinous crimes, have resulted in lengthy prison sentences.
Why did I drop
With
my
some of
laser gun?
4chan's most infamous criminals currently serving time as I'm recording this video. From an extremist 4chaner caught trying to sabotage a power plant, to a heartless murderer posting photos of his victims to the boards. These are the 4chan users in prison right now.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
I'd like to thank Displate for sponsoring today's video. They make these badass metal posters that you see behind me here. Displate has both branded and artistic styles that you can pick from. They've got over
Christ, don't do that.
to blow up a fucking power plant. This bizarre 4chan tale begins with 26-year-old Alberta, Canada man Kelvin Gregory Maurer. Not much is known about Kelvin's early life. He's one of 3 sons and was raised in Stony Plain, Alberta. What we do know is that Kelvin dropped out of school in the 9th grade, and around the time of him leaving formal education was when his near-decade-long downward spiral into extremism began. This spiral beginning with an unhealthy addiction to the 4chan message boards. As a teenager and young adult, Kelvin frequented 4chan.
I went to 4chan back in the day, and I knew it was cancer.
Under a self-created pseudonym, calling himself the Mole Man. Mole Man was a firearms enthusiast and regularly showed off his arsenal to other board members. He also had an obsession with off-the-grid living, and very much on brand with his 4chan alias, he had a fascination with subterranean bunkers, even going as far as digging some bug-out bunkers of his own, sharing photos of his work with others on 4chan.
Well, when I was younger.
Convinced of a near-future doomsday scenario. Kelvin, as Mole Man, made many friends while browsing 4chan, and even met some of these individuals IRL. With this motley crew of animals going out into the wilderness together for camping trips and to shoot guns. Over time, the young 4chaners' activity went from peculiar to possibly even illegal, with Kelvin allegedly acquiring several prohibited weapons, including
I burnt the armor off his left foreleg. Hit it. Hit it with anything, it'll kill him.
His posts would grow more radical around this time as well, with the Mole Man sharing radical right-wing and anti-government political views. These posts being somewhat concerning given the context of his firearms obsession. And eventually the
I'm super fat. I don't even need to eat today. I'm like, what do I want to eat today? It's like, who gives a shit what you want to eat? Fuck you, fat bastard.
The feds are all over 4chan, and they were keeping an eye on old Kelvin. So just keep that in the back of your mind.
Feds are all over
While under
4chan.
FBI surveillance, Kelvin would make many posts of concern to 4chan. In 2018, Mole Man reportedly claimed that he knew how to manufacture a chemical that was used in explosives known as THC.
Come on, fellas, let's get out of here.
Bombs of this sort were used to perpetrate the deadly 2005 London bombings coordinated by
Okay, come on, bro.
And while I'm not exactly sure how he came to this conclusion, in late 2020, the Mole Man began to suspect, rightly so, that he was being surveilled by the federal government. And he stopped making posts to 4chan under this alias and just continued posting there under different anonymous accounts. And needless to say, his bizarre antics and posts would continue. On January 7th of 2021, Kelvin would post to 4chan about wanting to attack a power generating station. This power plant in particular being a TransAlta Keep Hills gas power station. And while Kelvin would go on to do this, even sharing photos of himself performing reconnaissance on the power station while equipped with an AK rifle. The poster alleged to be Kelvin says, quote, "This is too easy. Someone asked me if I work here. I just said yep, and they were like, all right." Kelvin's AK imagery was accompanied by a diagram showcasing where he planned to place timed thermite charges with the goal of bringing down the plant's transmission tower. So you got a guy that's armed, taking photos of himself, allegedly infiltrating power stations, critical parts of, societal infrastructure here. Highly illegal, okay? And Kelvin wasn't just blowing hot air and just posting these photos for clout. The guy actually would attempt to raid a power plant and cause damage. In February of 2021, Kelvin would drive to the Obsidian Energy power plant near Spruce Grove. And while there, he allegedly vandalized a large propane tank in a storage shed on the property, reportedly causing $5,000 in damage. Fortunately, Kelvin caused no serious harm or injury to anyone at the site, but it was clear at this point that Kelvin's radical online dialogue was now manifesting into real-world action, and he needed to be stopped. The feds were moving in. Not long after his alleged power plant invasion, around midnight of February 13th of 2021, Kelvin Moleman Maurer was arrested at his father's Parkland County residence by a cavalry of heavily armed police, these officers being accompanied by an explosive removal team. As Kelvin the Moleman was being arrested and cops prepared for a meticulous search of the property, he teased the search crew with the following comment: "What tipped you off? You guys are gonna love this. You'll see," him sort of teasing them that they're about to find some crazy shit in his dad's house. The search of Kelvin's residence would take multiple days, and the police would turn up an arsenal of various forms of weapons, including fully automatic AK-47s, tons of magazines, TATP explosive chemicals, as well as a variety of fuses that could be used to make bombs.
Interesting.
And they also found a tan-colored shirt with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police patch, which seemed to indicate that Kelvin had been possibly trying to impersonate police in his spare time. Quote, "Just because someone looks like a police officer doesn't mean they are one." And it wasn't just weapons that they found on the property. They also found the bug-out bunker. While searching the land, officers discovered a bunker that Kelvin had dug up on his father's property. And they needed to search it, and initially they were all like, "Nah, fuck no, we're not going down there. It's probably booby-trapped," but thankfully it wasn't, and eventually it was searched, and I don't think anything of real interest was found. So naturally, Kelvin was arrested, and he was facing a litany of charges ranging from illegal firearm possession to vandalism, attacking a fucking power plant. In January of 2023, Kelvin was found guilty to 8 of the 34 charges that had been filed against him. These charges most notably relating to possessing restricted firearms, such as the fully automatic AK-47 and AK-74 assault rifles in his possession. He was ultimately sentenced to serve 6 years in prison and is behind bars currently. As a part of his sentencing, he'll be banned from possessing any sort of weapon or explosives for the rest of his life. A psychology report performed by Kelvin's defense team during his trial revealed that the man was in an insecure position at the time that he adopted the Moleman persona and was plagued by thoughts of worthlessness, hopelessness, and felt that he was a failure. It seemed like his Moleman activity was a cry for help or a way to find purpose, an extremely self-destructive way to do so.
Are you here, Krusty? Because I don't want to play by myself on this mission. Okay, cool. Okay.
In the time since committing his crime, Kelvin would become
Let's go to the farm.
Has been outspokenly remorseful regarding his actions. Quote, "I wish it never came to this for me to change. The hardest thing about all of this is losing my daughter. I'm ready to accept all the consequences of my actions." Hopefully Kelvin can truly reform himself and live a normal life once he finishes his time behind bars. This story is an unsettling murder case involving 4 children. It's thought that a killer posted the coordinates of his victim's body to the board. In 2007, 18-year-old Emily Sander was working as a secretary as well as an internet porn model who went by the pseudonym Zoe Zane. She had been recruited into the porn industry shortly after her 18th birthday and was keeping the occupation mostly a secret except for those in her close inner circle. The woman was said to have had somewhat of a large online following, relatively speaking, for like 2007 internet porn, I guess.
Warning, you
But
are
this
leaving
woman's
the
adult
mission
film
area.
career and life in general would sadly be cut short. On November 23rd of 2007, Emily Sander would be seen leaving a bar in El Dorado, Kansas with a 24-year-old man named Israel Miralis. And this bar would be the last
24-year-old.
place that Emily
Wait,
Sander
Kansas?
was ever seen alive. Emily would be reported missing, and once it was discovered that the last person she was with was Israel Miralis, police began investigating where this guy was. And it turns out that he had actually rented a hotel room next to the bar that they were last seen at. And when police went to search this room, they found traces of blood, but Miralis nor was Emily Sander found.
So you get
And
that
after
free
the hotel was discovered, there
vaginas.
really weren't any additional leads in this case. That was
No.
seemingly until a post was published to 4chan. On November 9th of 2007, an anonymous thread on 4chan was posted attached with a picture of Emily Sander. The post read, "If anyone can guess their own post number, I will tell you where she is buried." A few minutes later, someone replied to this thread and was actually able to correctly guess their own post number. And, well, the OP delivered. Seeing that someone got their post number correct, the OP says, quote, "WinRAR, here you go," and they attached a set of coordinates. These coordinates marked the spot on a map about 50 miles east of El Dorado in a rural area. Those coordinates being 37.76 north and 96.21 west. And on the same day at 2:20 p.m., police would discover the body of Emily Sander, approximately 50 miles east of El Dorado, at the pretty much exact location that this 4chan poster had indicated. An autopsy report indicated that Emily had been stabbed multiple times and was strangled with a telephone cord. But investigators would refuse to give additional details about how they found the body. But naturally, it's been speculated that this 4chan post was how they found it. Which of course begs the question, how did this anonymous 4chan user know the location of Emily's body? Could it have been possible that this 4chan poster was Israel himself, the killer posting to 4chan? Admittedly, on the surface, it appears that this is the case, but some have disputed.
Okay, here's a stalwart, bud.
There are a few ways to rationalize it not being Israel. It's possible that the 4chan post was authored by an accomplice or confidant of the killer. Keep in mind, though, in follow-up investigations,
I've got your stalwart over here. Great gun. I'll get a stalwart. Come get it. Come here. Come get your gun.
When he committed his murder. Others suggest that the archived screenshot of the infamous Emily Sander coordinate post on 4chan is misleading. You see that the 4chan post is timestamped just after 1 o'clock in the morning, and Emily's body was found 13 hours later at 2:20 p.m. So it appears the 4chan post came before the police body discovery, suggesting that the 4chan post was the reason that the cops found the body. But the thing about this 4chan screenshot archive of the coordinates post is that we don't actually know the local time zone of the person that took this image. So it's actually possible that it was posted after the 2:20 p.m. Central Standard Time discovery of Emily Sander's body. And if that is the case, this post is not the
Do you want your stalwart, bro? It's right here.
Literally just somebody trolling. And I'm just gonna kind of ramble here for a moment, but it is rather unusual, like, even if the 4chan post came after the real-time discovery of Emily's body, for somebody to just have such detailed information regarding the coordinates of the body's location. The actual discovery of Emily Sander's body wasn't being reported by the media until much later in that evening. So this wouldn't be like something that the average person knew about. The discovery of the body was only public knowledge until later in the night. So even if this person posted something like an hour after she was discovered, it's still really bizarre that they would know the coordinates and general location of where she was at. While it's never officially been confirmed that this post was authored by Israel, I feel like the obvious answer is the most likely in this case. Israel Miralis would be apprehended almost a month later on December 19th of 2007 in Santa Rosa de Nuquez, Mexico. He was charged in the United States with capital murder, rape, and aggravated sodomy. However, there were some complications with his extradition due to him being a Mexican citizen. Miralles had an interesting defense while on trial. His defense would claim that Emily was murdered by somebody else and that he was simply the person that discovered her body. And he fled the country out of fear of being wrongly prosecuted. Needless to say, nobody was buying this. Miralles would be convicted of rape and capital murder, and on March 31st of 2010, he was sentenced to serve life in prison without the possibility of parole. While it's never been officially confirmed that Miralles was the poster behind the 4chan coordinates, it certainly seems possible that he was the one behind it.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Sadly, 4chan has been frequented by a handful of mass killers over the years, with some of these notorious mass murderers sharing their radical beliefs and ideals to 4chan prior to initiating their attacks. In this segment, I'll be covering some mass killers that have connections to 4chan. First is the harrowing case of Brenton Tarrant. Tarrant is the man responsible for the March 15, 2019 mosque shootings that took place in Christchurch, New Zealand. This man's hate-fueled terrorist attack involving an armed assault on 2 Islamic mosques took the lives of 51 people and injured 40 more. The disturbed shooter live-streamed his first mosque killing to Facebook and perpetrated his second vicious attack while mosque members were in prayer. Brenton was on his way to attack a third mosque when he would thankfully be stopped by police and arrested. Tarrant was jailed and faced 51 counts of murder and 40 counts of attempted murder and 1 terrorism-related charge.
Kilo 1. Let's get this
Tarrant
right.
pled guilty and was later sentenced to serve life in prison without any chance of parole. Brenton Tarrant's
Come on, watch where you
shootings were
walk.
the
Come on.
deadliest shootings to ever occur in New Zealand history, and in the wake of this tragedy, many were left asking the question, why would this man do this? This is a complicated question to answer, but some of Tarrant's twisted motivations for committing his attacks can be found in online posts that he made prior to launching his assault. Tarrant's attacks were undoubtedly motivated by his hatred of minority groups and believers of non-Christian religions, specifically Muslims. Sometime before his attacks,
Well, that was
Tarrant
super
was
fun.
said to have authored a 74-page discriminatory manifesto titled The Great Replacement. This writing likely inspired by the Great Replacement theory, which is a conspiracy theory that postulates an invisible hand is orchestrating a process wherein white Europeans are being societally co-opted and replaced by Muslim migrants. In the time before his mosque attacks, accounts allegedly operated by Tarrant shared this manifesto to 4chan and other anonymous boards such as 8chan.
Get in, everyone in. Everyone in, go.
Extraction complete. Was the fact that he shared a link to the Facebook live stream where he would eventually be showing himself killing people. One such post that was originally submitted to 8chan has been archived. And before his attack, Tarrant would say the following in this post. Well, lads, it's time to stop shitposting and make a real-life effort post. I will carry out an attack against the invaders, and I will
Against
even
this
live stream
invaders.
the attack via
Deep of the
Facebook.
invaders.
The Facebook link is below. By the time you read this, I should be going live. It's been a long ride, and despite all of your rampant fecklessness and degeneracy, you are all top blokes and the best bunch of cobbers a man could ask for. I have provided links to my writings below. Please do your part by spreading my message, making memes and shitposting as you usually do. If I don't survive the attack, goodbye. God bless, and I will see you all in Valhalla.
God
He then
bless is
includes
not
about
one
a
word.
half-dozen links that include his extremist writings. To the extent of his 4chan and 8chan
I'm an
related
idiot.
activities prior to the attacks, this is all that has really been archived. What's
Can't
uniquely
believe I spent
baffling
my
about
life
the
doing
case of
nothing.
Brenton Tarrant in the context of this segment is that Brenton's interactions with 4chan have continued, at least on one occasion, since him being incarcerated. In August of 2019, due to an apparent lapse in correctional facility protocol, Brenton was allowed to send a 6-page handwritten letter from prison that would eventually be posted by the recipient to 4chan. Much of the letter appeared to be innocuous, but an essence of his replacement theory dogma still remains in his writing.
I feel
Quote,
like
I have
eating
no
some
concern for
more.
myself, and I only worry for Europe's future. I believe there is a great conflict on the horizon, and unfortunately there will likely be a great amount of bloodshed. I only hope that our people can can survive the coming demographic shift. When it was discovered that Brenton was exchanging letters with his apparent fans and they were being published on 4chan, there was a bit of outrage in the public regarding this. Many thought the idea of him being able to share these letters was ridiculous and criticized the corrections department for allowing a convicted terrorist murderer to exchange communications with some of the boards he helped radicalize. In the wake of this discovery, Terrence's mail privileges were briefly suspended, and no such correspondences have been discovered since this 2019 incident. What we know for certain is that Brenton will spend the rest of his life behind bars and will never have the opportunity to hurt innocent people again. Unfortunately, though, his actions would go on to inspire other 4chan users. Someone who was in part inspired to kill by Brenton Tarrant was the Buffalo shooter Peyton Gendron. During the early days of the pandemic, Peyton was said to have scoured internet message boards like 4chan, which he has since cited as a source of radicalization. Gendron, much like Tarrant, became fixated with this great replacement theory and even at some point allegedly read and studied some of Tarrant's writings. Peyton was a self-described white supremacist with a deep hatred for Jewish and black people. And if you think that I'm sort of just insinuating that 4chan made this guy more radical, he literally admits that it did in a diary that he had. Quote, every time I think maybe I shouldn't commit an attack, I spend 5 minutes on hold, then my motivation returns. Unquote. Peyton Gendron had somewhat of an interest in the writings of Brenton Tarrant and even felt somewhat inspired by his killings and wanted to do a killing spree of his own. Peyton began to come up with ideas of how he wanted to perpetrate this shooting with the intent of targeting black people in particular. Peyton would attack a Buffalo grocery store with an onslaught of ammo and weapons while also live streaming himself doing so on Twitch starting at about 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Peyton Gendron's racially motivated attack at this grocery store.
Get out of the piece. I'm gonna give you more so you eat out of the piece.
There's even a really disturbing moment in this scene, aside from all of the bloodshed,
Where
where he like points a gun at a white guy and apologizes to him as it's like he would never harm another white person or something. It's just really fucked up. The guy was crazy. And you really can see the motivation that Peyton Gendron had from Tarrant's attack. You know, the live streaming element of it, the racially motivated element of it. The guy spent a lot of time being radicalized by 4chan and Tarrant's sort of path that he laid out on that website. While many initially suspected that Gendron had ended his own life after the shootings, he was actually arrested alive. In June of 2022, Peyton would be indicted with a litany of charges by grand jury and would plead not guilty to all of them. He was charged with 10 counts of first-degree murder as a hate crime, 10 counts of second-degree murder as a hate crime, and 3 counts of second-degree attempted murder as a hate crime. 1 count of second-degree criminal possession of a weapon was added as well. And on top of all of this, he got 26 additional federal charges as well. On November 28th of 2022, Peyton would plead guilty to 15 state-level counts, 10 counts of first-degree murder, and 3 counts of attempted murder motivated by hatred, a criminal possession charge, and domestic terrorism motivated by hatred charge. Before serious prison time in February of 2023, Gendron would actually apologize to the family of the victims in court. The apology falling on deaf ears as he was shortly after physically attacked.
Dropping a pin, northwest, 100 meters.
I think my dad is.
Gendron would go on to receive 10 concurrent life sentences without the possibility of parole.
Shit. What's the point in that? Eat that ham. That thing. The other one. Who's the other one? Look. Reverend. Nope. Right there.
One step closer to mission completion.
You will never see the light of day as a free man
And this is without his federal charges even being completely processed at this point. It's still possible that Peyton could get the death penalty. So I wanted to tell the stories of Peyton Gendron and Brendan Tarrant sort of back to back because they're sort of tangentially related to each other. This next story is one of the earlier 4chaners that had been radicalized to commit a killing. Somebody that was inspired by the acts of Elliot Rodger that would go on to do their own sort of incel-inspired killing spree. Before becoming a killer, Alec Manassian was described as a quiet and reserved individual and didn't seem to possess any overtly antisocial traits. However, deep down, the man felt immense turmoil. This turmoil coming from the fact that he seemingly
fucking shoot! Goddamn shoot! Motherfucker, shoot!
He was an incel, apparently experiencing some sort of crisis due to being frequently rejected by women. Alec would frequent 4chan to express his woes regarding this matter.
Stalkers.
And when notorious incel killer Elliot Rodger went on to commit the infamous Vista murders, well, this was a
good-looking guy with money is just
for Alec,
such a piece of
of
shit.
support of
He's just like, how can I possess a woman? Like, dude, just don't treat him like possessions. You get so much pussy. Piece of shit.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
From Alec's point of view, the incels hope to overthrow the Chads and Stacys of the world so that women would be forced to give them attention. So explain to me this movement.
I just realized you motherfuckers aren't fuckable because fucking is to make babies, and nobody wants to make babies with you because you're fucking losers. Yeah, you're total losers. Give it up. Just kill yourself, but don't blame women for you being such a fucking loser. Oh, this girl doesn't want to fuck me because if she got pregnant with my kid, she'd kill herself. Just kill yourself. It's lit. Get. Chads and Stacys.
Alec Manassian would rent a Ryder van and go on a killing spree around the Toronto area. At 1:25 p.m., the first 911 call related to his activities was made. This call revealing that Alec Manassian was taking this Ryder van around town and striking innocent pedestrians with it in attempts to kill them. Alec's van would eventually be stopped by police at Yonge and Shepherd Street, where he would there be detained. Sadly, though, Alec's rampage had taken the lives of 11 innocent people, all killed being ran over by his van. While being interrogated by the police, Alec said that the only reason that he stopped his attack was because some liquid had gotten on his windshield.
Some people get knocked out of the way, some people roll over the top of the van. I continue doing that until, in fact, actually, the only reason I stopped my attack was because someone's drink got splashed on my windshield, and I was worried that I would crash the van anyway, so I decided, okay, now I wanted to do more, but I've kind of been foiled by a lack of visibility.
Alec would initially be charged with 10 counts of first-degree murder and 13 counts
Foiled by a lack of visibility.
First-degree murder charge would be issued after an individual in the hospital passed away from injuries caused by him. In 2021, Alec Manassian was found guilty of all charges, and on June 13th of 2022, he was sentenced to serve life in prison with no chance of parole. Many often like to understate the connection with 4chan and mass killers. And yes, I totally realize, like, 4chan is not this overarching fucking insane place where if you go there, you're literally a Nazi. But let's face it, there is somewhat of a correlation with 4chan, 8chan, and mass killers. And some of these guys got their starts with radicalization on these boards. So that is the end of the 4chan mass killers in prison segment. Now we get to what's likely the darkest story to ever unfold on 4chan. It was a horrific and at the time unprecedented act involving a murderer sharing photos of his victim to the internet moments after committing his killing. This is the story of David Kalick and the 2014 murder of his then girlfriend, Amberlynn Copeland. This story begins with 33-year-old
Copeland.
Washington man,
Why
David
aren't you telling us
David was
about
a
who
man with
saved
a
him or who
troubled
killed
past
him
and a
instead of
storied
his name?
criminal
I don't want to hear
record.
his name.
A convicted felon with a long history of violence, Kalik was said to have had several abusive relationships with women throughout his life. And this pattern continued when he entered a romantic partnership with 30-year-old Amber Copeland. At the time of the two meeting, Copeland was a single mother of 5 children, and she had recently gone through a divorce. While the father of her children
Single mother of 5
contributed
kids?
greatly to
What a...
raising these kids, being a
Wow.
single mother was difficult for Amber. And it was in this tumultuous life state that she began her relationship with David Kalik. Described as a man with
No, but she's just living off
superficial
welfare
charm,
money.
Kalik
5
seemed a
kids.
suitable partner initially,
Single mom.
but became abusive not long after Amber had moved in with him. His vices looming heavily over the couple's relationship and negatively affecting Amber despite her unwavering dedication to the man. An incident that is
Unwavering
exemplary of this
dedication.
was a situation
That is not a
that
thing
took
that
place
happens
in
these days.
2012 where David had gotten into a drunken car accident. And when police arrived, Amber tried to take the blame for the crash to protect David from a DUI. Despite her efforts to protect the drunken man, David would be taken to jail for a DUI, and Amber would, of course, bail him out. Due to his criminal past, David was fearing future prosecution in relation to this DUI charge, given that he already had a history of this stuff. So after he got bailed out of jail for this, he decided that the best course of action was to flee the state of Washington with Amber. Yes, David convinced his girlfriend to come with him, and the two up and left Washington State, with Kalik intending to hide.
Please, I'm bleeding out. I'm bleeding out. Can I get a stem?
Amber stopped answering her phone and communicating with her family members, which ultimately resulted in concerned relatives filing a missing persons report. Sometime later, Amber was found with Kalik by a police deputy in the state of Arizona, and the family was told that she was completely fine and wasn't being held against her will. The woman at this time very much so entranced in the spell cast by her abusive boyfriend. For those that knew Amber, this running away to Arizona incident raised red flags, and those close to her became weary of David and felt that he was a danger to her safety.
I feel
And
so
to
much
be
better
honest,
after
when
you.
you fully get a grasp of David's abusive and criminal history, this concern is certainly warranted. Long before meeting Amber, Daniel had once been arrested for making violent threats and for committing assault against family members with an axe.
She's
When he was
addressing
arrested for this
Parmesan
incident, while on the
Reggiano.
back of the arresting policeman's squad car, David allegedly proceeded to bash out a window with his head. Previous romantic partners have also spoke out on their abusive experiences with David, such as one woman who had completely cut ties with him due to his drinking and violent temper, and this seemed to be a pattern throughout his adult life. And sadly, Amber was not spared from these violent tendencies. At some point during their relationship, Amber would confess to a friend that David had once punched her in the face and knocked her unconscious. She even confided that David had once attempted to drown her. In some instances, these acts of violence were so brutal that it even swayed the unwavering devotion that Amber had for her partner. An incident like this would occur in 2014 that resulted in the two breaking up in March of that year, with David replacing Amber with another girlfriend soon after, who he would also physically abuse. This fling of a relationship only lasted several months. And after this brief time away from Amber, he would indeed come back to her, and she would reluctantly get back together with David. And not long after reuniting, David's true colors revealed themselves once more. His abusive tendencies amplified. Around this time, David was reportedly drinking half a gallon of vodka a day and argued near constantly with Amber, even in front of her children. But these verbal altercations,
Even in front of her children. Oh no.
to the unspeakable act that David committed against Amber in November of 2014. Amber and David were...
That's what it sounds like when the dog's messing with the cat. Oh, the cat's ignoring the dog, so it's not it.
Have a taste of democracy!
Leave it alone. You're teaching the dog bad habits. Alright. You know what? You need to clean the dog also. Ugh. Man, I should have a nap.
Are said to have gotten in a heated exchange. This altercation resulting in the incensed and drunken David verbally accosting his girlfriend yet again. And it seemed like on this particular night, Amber had finally had enough of the abuse. She decided that she was going to set a boundary for this evening. That boundary being that if you're going to be abusive and yelling at me, I don't want to be around you, so you need to sleep in a different room. Seemingly enraged by this notion, murderous thoughts began to flood David's head upon hearing this boundary request. And later in the evening, David Kalick became violent. This violence taking the form of an attack involving him strangling Amber to death. After committing his deed and witnessing the lifeless body of his girlfriend lying on the ground, one might hope for an ounce of remorse to bubble up in this man's blackened soul. But David had no remorse. Rather, actions perpetrated by the man after his killing suggest that he was proud of what he had done. After strangling the woman he had been dating for over 2 years, he desecrated her body, writing words and drawing all over her. Kalick then took photos of the deceased woman's naked body and posted the gruesome imagery to 4chan for all in the community to see. These horrifying photos were attached with a message that read, quote, "It's way harder to strangle someone to death than it looks on the movies." Naturally, 4chan users were shocked by these photos, and they asked the uploader questions, and some even suggested that they were fake. But David allegedly responded with this, quote, "Check the news for Port Orchard, Washington in a few hours. Her son will be home from school soon. He'll find her, then call the cops. I just wanted to share the pics before they find me." When these photos were posted to 4chan, it was a sort of all-hands-on-deck moment from the community, and it wouldn't be long before the photography was spreading all over the internet. Following the harrowing post of 4chan, the images would be shared to law enforcement as well by board members, and police would quickly begin work in tracking down the individual responsible for the grisly submission. And later in the evening, while police were trying to track down this killer, David would continuously go onto this 4chan thread and update his status and just share random thoughts about his murder. Unfortunately, though, archives of these comments have been lost to time. What happens next is the discovery of Amber Copland's body. Amber's body was discovered on the evening of November 4th by her own son, who would call police after finding her. Police would search the residence, and David was nowhere to be found. But the man did leave behind a picture with words scribbled on it relating to his killing. The picture left at the crime scene said, quote, "She killed me first." And police noticed on Amber's driver's license, it appeared that David had written the word "dead" on it. With Amber's body discovered, police now defined David the killer. Police were able to track David down thanks to text messages that he had sent to a friend sometime after the killing. These text messages saying, quote, "Shit is all fucked now. You'll see me in the news." And, quote, "There'll be no more me, ever. You'll read about it. That's all."
Big
Metadata
loss.
from these messages indicated that he was still in the Pacific Northwest and hadn't tried to, flee to the other side of the country. And around this time, warrants were issued for his arrest and police were put on notice. And it wouldn't be long before police officers spotted his vehicle in Portland, Oregon. When officers attempted to pull him over, David sped away and a police chase ensued, one involving David swerving and weaving through oncoming traffic. Police would catch up to David sometime later, and on November 5th of 2014, Kalick would peacefully surrender to the Wilsonville, Oregon police and was taken into custody without incident. He was then charged with the second-degree murder of his girlfriend, Amber Copland. And in the wake of these charges, it wouldn't be long before investigators discovered the messages that had been posted to 4chan, and this all of a sudden became a remarkable, unprecedented case. It became a national news story, as this was really the first time that a murder had been connected not only to 4chan, but that a murderer had posted images of his victim just moments after killing them to the internet. Many wondered why someone would do something like this. Many psychologists at the time speculated that David did this as a final act of cruelty to Amber and her loved ones, as killing her is already terrible enough, but then sharing her photos to the world is just another level of dark and demented humiliation added to this crime. A criminal psychologist says, quote, "It's a last way to humiliate her, to take away her dignity. That's just cruel." After a long trial, several years later, in April of 2017, David Kalick
I'm gonna
was
go get this
convicted
thing
of
over here.
first-degree murder by a
Santana
jury.
thing.
And in May of 2017, he was sentenced to serve 82 years in prison. During court hearings, David reflected on his crime. Quote, "The only thing I can say is, I am sorry, and I will never forgive myself." David Kalick is probably the most notorious criminal in 4chan history. And sadly, the murder of Amber Copeland will go down as one of the tales to ever take place on the site. And well,
I guess
you
it's
made it to
Copeland.
the
He's
end.
usually pretty
Let me know
good.
what you guys thought about this video
His
down below in the comment
pronunciation.
section, and let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you guys. wavywebsurf out. Peace.
And until next time, leave me alone. You all right? All right? Yeah, I'm right. You're all right.
Engaging terminal.
I don't know where my buddy Thread is. Tried to escape, but it was too... Only 24 minutes long. Warhammer 40k Salamander full movie. Alright, yeah. That sounds really... Just turn it counterclockwise an inch. It's not oh, stop. Stop, stop, stop.
Mission map updated.
This thing was glitched. Oh, man. I should take a nap. Silly little dog.
Tunnel breach. You can proceed to extraction when ready. Supply beacon.
And the Warhammer lore is so deep. Did I leave a burner going? No, because I've been cooking anything all day. Shouldn't leave anything going. What are they doing over there? Oh.
Calling in reinforcements. Heavy, northwest. On my position. Stockholm, west.
What a crock of fucking shit!
Outpost cleared. Reinforcing! Tagging map, northeast, 100 meters. You may proceed to extraction when ready.
We are the salamanders. We shield the helpless. My turn, alien. What hubris drives you? That you believe you can hide from the rage of my brothers, from the fire they'll bring.
Level 4. This is level 4. Fuck y'all, you motherfuckers. Loser ass hats.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area. Requesting sentry.
Fuck off. Loser. Looser, homo gay.
Brother Sakar of Squad 5, Salamander's 3rd Battle Company.
Sister Danica of the Order of our Martyred Lady.
Tagging map. Northeast. 300
I
meters.
saw a gunship fall from the sky. Yours?
Northeast. 300 meters.
We were sent to make contact with Lieutenant Foreigners of the Ultramarines. To seek a way to unite the forces of our chapters and retake the southern
You
cities.
can proceed to extraction when ready.
He's dead. They're all dead.
You have confirmation of this?
Look around you, Salamander. Behold this city of the faithless dead.
What happened here?
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
That's what happened. And the Xenos, they took captives. They did something. You shield these unworthy souls?
Unworthy?
Get out of the way.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
No. Lower your weapon.
They're faithless. Their minds will rot like the others. It's better to grant them the Emperor's mercy now.
Lower your weapon, my sister. Now.
Mercy? From one of the Astartes? How many worlds have you burned? How many massacres saw your sword drink deep and red?
T-minus 30 seconds.
Do this, Danica.
Calling down a sentry. ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Run! Find cover!
Dropping a pin. Southwest. Far. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Pelican 1 approaching pickup. Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
Dropping a pin. No, close.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
Let's get on board. There's nothing left. Come on. Don't lose your samples. Let's go.
What's wrong?
But where are the ships? Where is
Krusty.
anything?
Come on.
This wasn't the only evacuation locus. There are others. Have no fear. We'll head west and make for the city's edge. Once we're there, take cover. Stay low. Whatever happens, keep heading west. West, no matter what. Get out of the city.
Get in the damn boat.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
What now, sister? Get up.
Today you've carved another tunnel in a long climb to liberty.
Keep having that. Got a bunch of carrots and asparagus I need to eat.
Forgive me.
Oh. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to chop my carrots up into bite-sized pieces, and I'm going to put them in the oven at around 200 degrees, whether in pork fat that dripped off of that pork butt that I just made. We'll have a little bit of pork flavoring. And this will be so good. I think chainsaw for the win. Might do the asparagus the same way. Spare the Gus, spare the Gus. Least kills, best accuracy. Yeah. Get crusty in the car, they're gonna get what's that thing called? Someone like crusty car. Oh shit, they kicked me. Alright, it's fine. I got a bunch of shit I need to do. And one of them, the thing is, change it on my car.
We head west.
Another thing is take a nap.
But what about Sakon? We have to get you to safety.
So you don't get to watch me now. If I can figure out how to make it work on my phone, you might get to watch me change my Earl. So my name's not Earl. I'm not banging that glorious chick. Oh my gosh, she's so pretty. Jamie Presley, I think. She's so big titty blonde, thin, hot, you know, just a freaking American dream of hot girls. I might need to watch this when I'm more sober. Pardon me. else I'm trying to comment on doesn't exist. Welcome Ryan with the go fuck yourself. Suck it, suck it up, suck it where it goes. That's something wrong. 5 a.m. April. 2 days ago. Silly prick bastard. He's gonna check my channel and be like, oh, I won't talk to him if he's streaming. Oh, hey, really? Hey, what's up, buddy? Oh, shit, I can't hear you again. Hang on a second. You're not muted. It's... The thing in the settings is picking the wrong output device. That's what it's been doing lately. Output device, default speaker, Steam streaming. No, shut up. It's the headphones. Yep, I guess right. I can hear you now.
Yeah, my microphone was on the floor.
Oh yeah, I knocked mine off a few minutes ago. But no, Discord's, since I haven't been using my normal speakers, I'm using these other things. I've been plugged into a headphone jack, and they can't tell which one it is. So Discord just assigns it to the wrong thing, and I can't hear people. It's really annoying.
Anyways, how you been doing?
Really good, man. Pretty happy with all this stuff. I got a bunch of stuff to do, and I'm 1 year sober as of yesterday. So I got a bottle of booze to celebrate with, and it's really...
That's cool.
Yeah, it's really kind of reminding me why I'm glad I'm not drunk anymore. Sometimes drunk can be fun, but like right now, it's one of those times where I'm just thinking of all this shit I need to be doing. And
honestly, you weren't that bad when you did used to drink. You were not that bad.
No, I was a functional alcoholic. I really was, but you have no idea how much my life changed in the last year when I didn't need booze to live, you know?
Fair point. Fair.
So, like, I had this chronic cough that has gone away. I can smoke weed again, finally, and I like smoking weed more than I like drinking, but...
Let's see... Yeah, I would smoke weed over drinking if I could.
Yeah, it's a better thing to do. And those edibles I got, man, I took one the other day, and then I laid down and watched 3 episodes of the Fallout series.
But you jam?
Oh, I could have jammed out. Yeah, I could have jammed out, but I just laid in bed with my dog and petted my dog and watched Fallout.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, we just snuggled up in bed and hung out, and it was... At first I was going to go to sleep, but I put on the Fallout thing, and it's such a fun show. I stayed up and... Oh, I'm going to play one more episode, I'll probably fall asleep. Oh, I'm going to play one more episode, I'll probably fall asleep. And then after 3 episodes, like, I'm not tired anymore, I'm going to get up.
You know what's crazy about that, Punk? I still have not finished the Fallout. I have not finished that show.
Really?
I have not.
How far in it are you?
Like episode 5, 4, something like that.
Why don't you pull it up and we can watch it together?
it's actually decent. It really is.
It's really a fun show. I mean, it's as far as video games translated.
And your son loves it. Loves it.
Yeah,
I mean,
and he loves it because his wife likes it. You know, she doesn't know shit
oh,
about
even
Fallout, but
she
she likes
does.
that show.
Even Jessica too.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. See, that's one of
And
the
she,
neat things about this show.
that's cool. That's cool. Oh man. I'm actually really tired right now, but I'm gonna hang in there.
Good. Yeah, because we haven't hung out in a long time. I miss you. Are you
Yeah.
doing okay, man?
Yeah. I'm fucking vampire. I'm an idiot. I wake up late at night.
Yeah, I probably went to bed before midnight and didn't get up till 10. I've been really
Oh wow.
sleepy lately.
I thought I was talking to you and we are gonna watch the new Black Mirror
Okay, you
shit.
can play that too.
Whatever you want to do.
I mean, I haven't seen the new Black Mirror, but I mean, I would watch the Fallout again, but I just watched it yesterday, so we can do the Black Mirror. If that's cool with you, that's fine with me.
Yeah, I'm down for whatever. It's up to you, in my opinion.
Which one would you rather see?
Let me look up and see what else is new. If there's something even newer. I'm trying to be fair to you. I don't want to be a dummy. The Minecraft movie came out, but that's a kids movie. I'm just saying, because I don't know what to do.
Well, I know that I like the Fallout thing, and we never watched Love, Death, and Robots. That's a
Fuck
really
it. Let's do the Fallout movie, okay, or show.
Love, Death, and Robots is really good. It's got a little. Remember, you did watch that Russian one with me. Remember when all the demons came out of the ground?
See, I'm not. I don't know about that show. That's maybe I didn't go far enough into it from what you were showing me.
Well, I remember when we watched the thing about the Russians fighting the demons. You really thought that was cool.
Oh hell yeah! I'm down for shit like that.
Do you remember that episode?
Oh, man, I must have been blacked out.
Well, why don't you pull that up? Shit, I don't remember which episode that one's called. Let's see.
I got Fallout pulled up right now. I'm ready to watch it.
What is it you have up?
Fallout.
Oh, okay. Let me put you on the laptop so I can watch it with you and still be on my computer because I can't.
Yeah.
You know, I have to multitask. I can't just be a normal person because I'm retarded. Something.
I think episode 5 is where I was last at on this.
Okay, cool.
And I'll wait for you.
I'm here.
Okay.
Do it. Do it. Oh, DeWitt was the name of that dude in not Fallout, in BioShock.
Yeah. That dude's a very good actor. That.
You can change the future if you can bring me to Moldaver. Just my head. This is the only way to get your dad back.
Stupid motherfucker, you know this is all your fault. They'll kill you for this.
Not if I bring back the target.
Is there something you'd like to say, Norm? It was not my intention to question your leadership, Overseer. Thank you.
I don't know what the people of Vault 32 were up to, but it was anything but innocent. It was open from the outside. They need a pickboy to open the door. They had one. Mom's.
Your mom's.
Oh my god. They did this shit good, bro. Uh-oh. What's going on?
Guns were flying everywhere? I thought it was dead meat. That was really special.
Yeah, it was kind of special.
Wait, you should brand me. I'm not officially your squire until you brand me.
It's late.
Come on.
What was suit guys come?
I want
again?
you, please.
What was that?
Yeah, let's do it. It is your most sacred duty to protect the Brotherhood. After which it is your most sacred duty to protect me, Knight Titus. Do you accept?
Oh, yeah. I do.
Okay, hold still. Almost done. Told you.
See, they're having fun. They're having fun like us. Punk. They're having fun like us.
Oh, man.
Jesus Christ.
It's still pretty hot. Oh, thank you. Right, Titus. Cannot wait. Return to base. See, look at everyone's faces. And they see us. Return with the target. Oh, man. Titus and Daddy. The T-Boys. Yeah.
What are they called? The mechs like that? The mechs. What are they called in Fallout?
Super Troopers.
The guys with the
Super Troopers.
What are they called again?
Well, that's an ABBA song. These are,
Huh?
I said Super Troopers by ABBA. That's what that made me think of.
Yeah.
When you asked me what they're called, but they're the Steel Legion Knights.
Oh,
They've got
okay.
that's power armor. They're just they're knights wearing power armor. Oh shit! Yeah, watch this. This is so good. This is so good.
This is crazy. Yeah.
Hey, look.
You see that scar on his chest? Also, just damn.
before we go back to the base, there's probably something I should tell you.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you want. I'm officially your squire now. You can tell me anything. Goals, insecurities, thoughts, regrets, love life stuff. I don't care.
Actually, it's,
Maximus.
We can still be friends.
What did you do? Where's my Titus?
Oh, he's dead. So, you know, you and I, we just have to get our story straight before we go back.
They're gonna kill you.
Well, I mean, they don't have to find out.
It's the Brotherhood. They'll find out.
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry.
Get off me! Thaddeus! No, don't leave me in here!
I'll fucking kill you, Thaddeus.
Should have.
Did you see him stomp on that dude's foot? With power armor?
Don't leave me here! I'll stick your head's mine!
Do you know what happened, dude?
Get back here!
Pause it.
Didn't he steal his power supply or some shit?
Yeah. Yeah. The black dude is the squire of the other dude. But then when that other dude ran from the radioactive cave bear, or whatever that was, he lost all respect for the dude. And and he's like, the guy's calling him names, being like, why didn't you shoot it? Why didn't you do a thing? He's like, well, I'm a squire. You're the knight. You're the one that ran like a little bitch. I was the one that killed it. And he's like, fuck you. Give me a stim pack, motherfucker. And he's like,
yeah.
Or what? He's like, or I'm going to die. He's like,
oh, dang. That's fucked up, man.
Pulls up his drink and let's type. Oh, wait, this is different. That's not, that's not.
Because that whole suit is stuck. He can't move it.
Yeah, so that dude, because he knows how the suit works, once that guy got in the suit, the other dude just went up behind it and yanked the power core out because he knew how to do that.
Yeah.
You know, it's not, regular people can't just go up there and remove the power core, but he knows the code. You know, he can get it out. It's his suit. So he pulls out the power core, and now he's trapped in that suit. He can't move. He can't get out.
Yeah.
He can't do shit.
That's nuts, man.
That is
stuck in. Oh my goodness, that's almost as bad as stuck in the prison cell.
He's stuck in a tiny prison where he can drink water out of the tube, and he can piss into a tube and shit into a tube until he runs out of water. So it's a death sentence, stuck in that thing right there in that alley.
Yeah.
And that's why he's screaming at him.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
And see, he's like, I'll kill you, I swear I'll kill you. It's like, dude, you're trapped in a suit. You can't do shit. He should be like, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Excuse me.
He's still stuck. Man, that's gotta be fucked up, man. Oh, that's shit. Bro, just That's, oh my god.
No, not from there.
That's my girl. I call dibs.
That's the girl, isn't it?
Dibs.
That's the girl, isn't it?
Yeah, I call dibs on that one. If you remember, what was that called?
That was you.
Well, he was running out of oxygen.
Back in Philly.
Yes, that was me.
Why can't you move?
Someone stole my fusion cord. Please. Can you please let me out?
You might start with the episode before this because that's the one where he gets this.
Believe
Well,
me,
we'll just
I really want to trust you, but I've had a rough week.
Yeah. Me too.
He needs the power supply.
You, I remember that man I left with the glasses and the whole body?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm looking for his head.
That's why I'm here. That's that's why I'm passing through.
Hey, you have radiation sickness. I got rat away. Left him to sleep in my arm.
You need some rats.
Let me out.
Oh, that is
I
a
really
thing
want to
with
believe you, but practically every person I've met out here was trying to kill me, so...
Yeah.
Listen, hey, if you don't get this medicine, you're gonna pass out.
You need rats.
Okay?
Rat
If you
away.
lose consciousness. We're both gonna die. Trust me, please. Please.
Fallout.
What's your name?
It's still installed. Oh wait, Fallout 1 and Fallout 2 are installed.
I'm like Titus.
6 update.
Titus.
New
Yeah.
phase. Oh,
I'm Lucy.
Lucy, yeah.
There's a manual option.
I got it.
I'm gonna do Fallout 3. Space required not less than 9 gigabytes.
Oh.
The T-60, right? The Army started using these after the Battle of Anchorage. I've seen these in old engineering manuals, but never in real life. And he's even got the tempered lining in this one, which is...
Oh, yeah, she's not feeling good. She needs help.
How did the Raiders get a hold of my mom's pit boy?
Maybe the logs were falsified.
Why?
Why? This is the thing you're asking why about it.
I want to check one more thing.
Can't we just go home? Come on.
Oh my god. Look how many people died here. Oh my god.
To look. It looks like they were trying to get into 31. But why?
All I know is we're leaving.
Did you play Fallout 3? Thread? Thread. You want me to put my headphones on?
I'll have a heart attack.
Norman? Chester? Where have you two been?
We've been planting potatoes.
Thread. They're turning me up so we can talk. I put my headphones on so you don't hear echo. Alright, cool. So now we can talk and, yeah, you don't have to listen to the movie twice. Yeah, she hasn't had having a very good experience in the outside. He went off with a power core. And that guy has been sitting there running out of oxygen for about 12 hours before she showed up. So who knows where the motherfucker got off to. Oh. Don't worry about him. Don't you worry about him. Oh man, that's... If I had to be somebody in this movie, I would be that one. Because that one is the one that just pretty much does what he wants and gets away with it. She's kind of awkward looking, but she's cute in a way. I mean, she's got a... Look at her figure. Look how weird that is. No boobs, weird posture, big butt. But... there's something about her. Yeah, she's like an anime character. Big eyes, little chin. Okay, that's what it is. That's why she looks cute. Everyone likes, well, yeah, both my sons and myself will love a competent woman. Netflix said that my type is a show with a strong woman lead. And I didn't realize that until Netflix told me that. And then I thought about the music I listen to, the songs, the movies I watch, and I was like, yeah, I do appreciate a strong female lead. She does. Well, yeah, they dominate her face. Like, see his face? He's got a face. Everything's pretty much equal. Her face, just all eyeballs. He's wearing night red. Doesn't have a power suit. He's not a knight. They keep records in the Brotherhood. Yeah. Yeah, that's around Baltimore, isn't it? Dude, pause this for a second. Pause this for a minute. When I was visiting my kid in D.C., he took us into the... we rode a train from where he lives to the underground in D.C., and it was just like Moresty Station. It with they had the platforms up on the top where, you know, all the people were milling about on the bottom, and you go up, and then there's a platform where it's like a checkpoint kind of thing where you have to show your tickets or whatever to go down, and then you have to go up to get out, and you go up there, and then once you go through that checkpoint, you can go up another stairs. But those little booths that are sitting out there in the middle of the train station are real, and they're full of cops, man. Well, I mean, I had my cane with me, so one of the cops, when we come up there, he opened this door because we've got a child with a little baby carriage, and me with my cane. He's like, y'all want to just go through here? And so we got to take the shortcut right through instead of going all the way around the whole thing for people to feed in and out of the tunnel. We just got given a short bus pass or something. Anyway, but when I was in there, I was awestruck and said to Froggo, I'm like, this is Rusty Station. And he's like, yeah, isn't it cool? And it is. If you can just imagine it without all the people and filled with a bunch of garbage and rubble and shit like in Fallout, the whole layout was the same. It was uncanny. I knew where I was, and it scared me because when I remembered what I was seeing with what I remembered seeing before was full of freaking zombies and monsters and shit. I started to get freaked out. I mean, literally, it's like I've been here before. Fallout 3 was one of those games I got really immersed in right after my wife died, and I was trying to do escape from reality stuff. So I was drinking, smoking, and just video gaming, trying to be anywhere else but where it hurt really so much. So that was where I went. I mean, was in Fallout. I played it through 3 different times, 3 different ways to play it, and then I downloaded a bunch of mods and played the fuck out of this game. And then I played New Vegas. But when I encountered Maristy Station in real life, it blew my mind how accurately it was represented in the game. Those train tunnels are the same, but they would be dark as shit without electricity. Be pitch black. Which would make sense. When they do a game correctly, they do. And Majesty Station would be full of vampires. Because it would be pitch black and scary as shit. Okay, go ahead. Thank you for listening to me. Pip-Boy. I know. They took the power supply. He can't push that thing around by himself. Stop. Pause it for a minute. He was a squire for one of the Brotherhood of Steel Knights. That's whose armor it is. And they went into a cave, and this mutant fucking cave bear attacked and knocked the gun out of the dude's hand and started beating the shit out of him. Even though he's in a power armor suit, there's this giant fucking cave bear, right? It's just fucking him up, and he goes running and screaming out of the cave and telling this guy to shoot him. Pick up a gun, find a spare gun. He wasn't issued a gun because he's a squire. He was supposed to recover a gun and save him, and he does. He goes out there and he shoots the bear a couple of times. He picks up one of the guns he drops and kills the bear. And the dude's like, "What are you looking at? Give me a stim pack, motherfucker." And he's like, "I just saved your ass. Why can't you, be like, thank you for saving me. Can I please have a stim pack?" No, he's just talking about what a piece of shit he is. He's screaming at him, being an asshole to him. And he gets the stim pack out, but the guy's being such a fucking asshole. He holds it in his hand and just looks at him. He's like, "What are you waiting for? What are you doing? Why don't you give me a stim pack?" And he's just like, "I'm just going to go ahead and let you die, motherfucker." And he takes his armor. And, well, see, he is military. He's a squire for the Brotherhood of Steel, but there is no government of the United States anymore. There's like 5 different governments trying. Yeah, sorry, what did you say? Yes. Yeah, because he's been getting fed propaganda about what their life is like, and she's been getting fed propaganda about what his life is like. And so neither one of them, they're just now finding out what's really going on by talking to someone who actually experienced it. They're learning what's going on. I'm here. No, if you could roll it back a little bit, that'd be great. Some asshole just banned me from a chat I've been in for over 3 years. Yeah, because they didn't like what I said, and they said something, and I'm like, wait a minute, I didn't say that, and I went back to look, but I was blocked. I was banned from the freaking Discord, so I can't even see what I said that they're misquoting. Look, I put a screenshot of you motherfucker. I'm watching. Okay, they're on the bridge. Yeah, this is a really good scene. It's a very good scene. And I'm really pissed off that this just happened because I was having to talk about the fucking Disney movie and Rachel what's her cunt. And then this dude's like, blah, 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 you're saying inappropriate stuff. And I'm like, no, I'm not. And he's like, he says, I'll PM you. And so I type a thing in, and then he PMs me. A little faggot says, let's see, he says, the language talk about pulling your dick out and burning corpses and stuff is not within the boundaries of the Discord. It's fine to share opinions, but keep language in mind. And I don't remember saying anything about... That doesn't sound like stuff I would say, right? I think maybe I was talking about a movie or something where that happened. I mean, you know, I wasn't even relating something, but I'm not saying, oh, I'm going to pull my dick out and beat off the burning corpses. You know, that's not me. That's not the kind of way I talk. And that's what he's trying to make it sound like. And then I reply like, wait, you know, let's talk. You know, something's wrong here. And it says, your message could not be delivered. This is usually because you don't share a server with the recipient. The recipient is only accepting direct messages from friends. Which means they sent me the message, immediately blocked me, and then I go back to the chat, and I'm banned from the chat. It's a really, really bad Discord admin when they can't talk to the people that have been there for years. I've been in this at least 3, probably 5 years I've been in this channel. And he's going to ban me. This fucker I don't even know is going to ban me. Yeah, I mean, you know I say stuff, fucked up stuff, but I say it in perspective or something. It's not... When he says, you can't talk about pulling your dick out and burning corpses, it makes it sound like... There was this other channel I was in. Let me go get some water. Oh, Lord, I can't say anything more. Oh, shit. Do you know that chick, Vidja? This Twitch streamer named Vidja, and she is so good. Well, she is just... Yeah, she's just... I can say, oh, fuck that girl's eye buddies. Really? She's a very beautiful young lady. Or young woman. But, and she makes funny videos, but that doesn't... See, I can't believe this motherfucker's messing with my day. I'm just trying to hang out with you and watch a movie, and this guy's banning me from a place I've been for 5 fucking years. Yeah, alright, go ahead. I'm going to pour another drink.
Okay, we're going back over here. You seeing Luna? Exactly. I like what Gangthor always says, where it's like we're really just watching Luna sleep and I just happen to be there. Shut up, Stream Elements. Yeah, if she allows us to witness her. Luna is my 11-year-old kitten.
Who is this?
My original theme song for
Fuck
her.
that.
Everyone
Oh,
likes, which surprises me.
I stayed through her through this
What
big
game is this?
subathon that she did.
I have
She
not
flew
tried
there for like
Enzoy. It's a
3
little too
days,
expensive for me right now,
and then
but
I said, look, I
I
got some
really
problem
want
with
to.
it.
Have you tried Enzoy? This game is
Oh, I got
Hotel
the-
Renovation
you know, talking about
Simulator,
problems,
or just
yeah, I guess,
Hotel
you know, I'm not trying to
Renovator.
talk problems down,
But you literally are. I have to put down all of the like basic design things right there. Also, why isn't this disappearing? Is that just stuck? It's just stuck.
Respect my journey.
Waiting for
What
the
the fuck does that
club
mean?
remaining club meals tuna for Luna. Tuna for Luna.
What's your journey?
Tuna for Luna. And Zoe is good aside from being graphically beautiful. I'm struggling to see the draw compared to The Sims. I think first off, my understanding is that The Sims, hello, hi, welcome in, Punk Gobliner. That's cute. I like your username. 1 second. So my understanding is the appeal with Enzoy is that it's like all the expansion packs of The Sims for like $50, versus if you get all the expansion packs of The Sims, it's like $700 to $900
No,
or
dude, go
something.
back to the Fallout thing.
That's what my
Come on, Trey,
understanding
let's not
is.
stop watching.
Thank you.
Let's not stop watching Fallout. I don't want to watch.
I
worship
would
people.
like more specific questions, I guess, Punk Gobliner. My name is Allie. I'm just trying to survive. I have a lot of information in my About Me section. Alienate is a mnemonic fusion of my soul. Comes from my legal name, my favorite word. And yeah, it's okay, Idiot Goon, go to bed! I'm so surprised at how many Europeans are here right now. It's so lovely to meet you. I can't wait to learn and hang out in your next stream. Oh, interesting.
shut that
Yeah,
motherfucker
I'm part of the LGBTQIA+ community. Good night. Good night. Good night.
Yeah. I kind of wish we'd started
Thank
from
you
the
so
beginning.
much.
I
I can't
mean,
wait
the
to hang out
first
on your
3
stream.
episodes are pretty much just
We're hiring
how
Handyman,
life
we don't
is
want
in the
this.
vault, how wonderful it is.
It feels less like a game and more like a simulator, so it's sort of lacking fun. It has enormous potential, but it's a bit bland. Interesting. So, The Sims 4 is one of my most played games of all times. How times? I don't know how to speak. But I like building in The Sims.
See that toothless motherfucker
specifically.
staring at that
I
pit
like
boy
the
going,
architecture.
oh, yeah,
I
look at
like navigating the spaces and things. No. Listen. The joke / truth behind my logo,
That was
the
a
3
good shot.
faces, is it's just
Got
my
'em right in here.
personalities. And I'm not a programmer. If you are a programmer, you'll appreciate this humor. Even if you're not, you'll probably appreciate it. But Stream Elements is what would happen if I was a very messy programmer. So she just auto-responds with my sass. If it doesn't offend you, it just means you're predictable. If it offends you, it means I'm excessive. I'm just a teeny bit of a dickhead. Like, not like a full one. Thank you, Punk. Have a good one yourself. Yeah. We are here all the time. We just looking for authentic connections. That's kind of the main vibe. We just chillin'. Sometimes we serious.
Yeah, that's what they got in this game for sure.
You know who the block next to? I would say the dress is white as well. Oh my goodness. Come on. I'm a girl, I believe you. I just have bad taste. It's colors! Like, what do you mean by what is that? What is this mouse is white? And this is not this. Okay, let's do... What skirt? Who knows? Yellow, thank you, Gabby. Thank you, Gabby. Are you supposed to be driving? Better not be texting and driving out. I'm gonna say words to you. Nail eggshell. Okay, now I'm gonna let you specifically. I love you Pacific. Like the mouse cell is on top of a box that I have over here. It's also like, but I needed space for my walkway. Yellowish white, so a clearly yellow.
Yeah, so that's but this thing. Alright, well, I guess I'm just gonna go. I can't figure out what the thing's not updated. I don't know how to update it. Thank you.